the interactive. You have an opportunity to testify either at the beginning of the meeting or at the beginning interactive agenda item. You have an opportunity to testify either at the beginning of the meeting or at the beginning interactive agenda item. You have an opportunity to testify either at the beginning of the meeting testimony or at the beginning interactive agenda item. You have an opportunity to testify either at the beginning of the meeting testimony or at the beginning interactive agenda item. You have an opportunity to testify either at the beginning of the meeting testimony or at the beginning interactive agenda item. Or have an opportunity to testify or make some testimony or some interactive or have an opportunity to testify on the website. The commission will recess at around 30 minutes for lunch and convene on the executive website. Tonight, the commission will recess at around 30 minutes for lunch and convene starting at 6:30 p.m. Tonight, the commission will recess at around 30 minutes for lunch. Please turn off your cameras on the website. Commissioners, commission presenters on the screen. Please turn off your cameras for testifiers and I'll testify. Commission presenters on the screen. Please turn off your cameras for testifiers agenda and I'll testify. Commission presenters on the screen. Please turn off your cameras.
Commissioner Wolf, Commissioner Helmet, Commissioner Kalekini,
Aye.
Commissioner Wolf,
Here.
Commissioner Helmet,
Here.
Aye.
Commissioner Alvin,
Here.
Here.
Aye.
Commissioner Alvin,
Here.
Here.
Aye.
F3 being deferred.
Here.
Here.
G5 will be
Aye.
deferred tomorrow. F3 being deferred.
Here.
G5 motion to
Aye.
tomorrow. F3 being deferred.
Here.
G5 motion to
Aye.
all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? G5 motion
Aye.
all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
August 15 and 16, 2022. All those in favor say aye. Aye. August 15,
Yes. Aloha everyone. Aloha Maui. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not a correction, but I request a follow-up on page 9 of 40, Mr. Chairman. It's not a correction, but I request a follow-up on page 9 of 40, Mr. Chairman. So the conversation at the right-of-way I would like to have a follow-up by land division that we follow. So the conversation at the right-of-way I would like to have a follow-up by land division that we follow. So the conversation at the right-of-way I would like to have a follow-up by land division that we follow. So the conversation at the right-of-way I would like to have a follow-up by land division that we follow. So the conversation at the right-of-way I would like to have a follow-up by land division that we follow. So the conversation at the right-of-way I would like to have a follow-up by land division that we follow. So the conversation at the right-of-way I would like to have a follow-up by land division that we follow. So the conversation at the right-of-way I would like to have a follow-up by land division that we follow. So the conversation at the right-of-way I do. This is on page 5 of page 9, paragraphs 8 to the last of the page. This is on page 5. Commissioner Truia asked Joby whether a new division would be needed or division to handle all the contracts for existing staff in new division would be needed or division to handle all the contracts for existing staff in new division would be needed or division to handle all the contracts for existing staff in new division would be needed or division to handle all the contracts. In that last paragraph, Commissioner Truia asked Joby whether a new division would be needed or a division to handle all the contracts or existing staff would be sufficient or a division to handle all the. And if you move on to the page 6 of 9, paragraph 2, Commissioner Truia clarified that her comments earlier regarding creating a new division to implement Act 279 were not meant to criticize anyone or that the staff staff not to do the work, implement concerns was mentioned, or that to the department, if they were considering another division, and did the department have enough staff? Or that to the department, if they were considering another division, and did the department have enough staff? Or that to the department, if they were considering another division,
There's two votes.
and did the department have enough staff? Or that to the department, if they were considering another division,
There's two votes.
and did the department have enough staff? Or that to the department, if they were considering another division, and did the department have enough staff? Or that to the department, if they were considering another division, and did the department have enough staff? Or that to the department,
Okay, we'll move on to public testimony. In-house right now, we have Velma Mariano. Testifying on agenda item H1. Go on.
I was looking over the the 2023 budget, and when it comes to Kapalo, I'm looking at Army Site Development and Planning Leader. Is somebody have planned to get this property?
The plan, so the request for the money is to plan and design the improvement. The department.
So if you're planning for anything that is in 2006, then it's going to acquire property. It's always been in the planning in 2006, our deal always been. So is that point in time working with our planning month?
That is continuing, that is with the idea of continuing to work towards your request. That is continuing, that is with the idea of continuing to work towards your request. That is continuing, that is with the idea of it's work towards your request. It's a sufficient sums request. That goes forward to the governor and then to the legislature. I believe the HAO is actually on the sums request. So it's up to us to the governor and then to the legislature. I believe the HAO is actually on the careful request. So it's up to us to the governor. That's the money that would be for the plan. I believe the HAO is actually on the careful request. So it's up to us.
So I believe the HAO is on DLNR. If I could. Yeah, it's under division.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, we can't even hear any of these speakers. I'm sorry, the mic is pretty bad.
Oh, Okay, can you speak?
Excuse me,
closer to
Mr.
the
Chair,
mic? See if
we
that
can't
helps.
even hear any of the speakers. I'm sorry,
It's
the
been
mic is
passing
pretty bad.
unanimously so
Okay,
far.
can you speak?
Excuse me,
closer
Mr.
to the
Chair,
mic? See
we
if that
would
can't even
allow
hear any of the speakers. I'm sorry,
Homestead
the
and
mic is
passing
very bad.
unanimously of their
Okay,
property
can you speak?
Excuse
taxes
me, Mr. Chair,
to
we
again
can't even
qualify
hear
for
any
the
of the
homeowners
speakers. I'm sorry,
exemption
the
and
mic
the
is
owner
very bad.
occupied property tax
Excuse me,
category
Mr. Chair,
to
we
again
can't even
qualify
hear
for
any
the
of the
apply
speakers. I'm sorry, the mic
for
is
the
very
end of
bad.
the year for it to
Excuse me, Mr.
qualify
Chair,
for
we
again
can't even
qualify
hear
for
any
the
of the
apply
speakers. I'm sorry, the mic
for
is
the
very
end of
bad.
the year allows for a $200,000 value off of your assessed for a $200,000 the owner occupied tax rate is between $2.27 per $1,000 of assessment, whereas the non-owner occupied is $5.05 as well as $50. So the higher rate has previously been applied by the DHHL due to the delinquent updating the property taxes in the past accounting year. For office identified at least 144 units. For office identified at least 144 units. For office identified at least 144 units. For office identified
We can't hear again, Chair. 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 We can't hear again, Chair.
I know it's not required, but hoping that it'll make the permits go faster if I know it's not required, but hoping that it'll make just working on that right now. Permits, thank you, go faster if I know it's not required, but
Thank you.
hoping that it'll
Yes,
make just
Commissioner,
working on that right
Maui
now.
County,
Permits, thank you,
they're very,
faster if
working
I
very
know
hard
it's not required,
on
but
favorable
hoping
conditions
that
to
it'll make just working on that
beneficiaries of
permits,
the
thank you,
They're very,
faster if I
working very
know
hard
it's
great
not
support
required,
and
but
favorable
hoping
conditions
that
on their side, beneficiaries of the They're very, once that's done, working very hard great support, make sure that favorable conditions on their side, beneficiaries of the They're very, once that's done, working very hard, if it passes, it might be eligible on their beneficiaries credit to that. It's understanding that if it passes, it might be eligible. It's strictly going to beneficiaries credit.
the bill itself is strictly going forward. Talking to the finance director,
Strictly going to
the total in arrears of going 3 or more years is close to $2 million. The 144 in arrears of going 3 or more years willing to waive the penalties and interest if DHHL would become compliant. I don't have jurisdiction over the administrative side. I do know that there's a federal program for applications without an administrative side. And when that gets awarded, a federal program, I think there's $8 million from the federal government and $30,000 can be applied for, and it can be used for mortgages in arrears, taxes in arrears, and things like that. So as soon as I get that information, I will put it out on our social media channels. So if people want to try and apply for that $30,000, many of the back taxes are below $30,000. Want to try and apply for that $30,000, that's coming up, but not available yet. Below $30,000.
appreciate you trying to help us find a way.
William, if I, Tamara, mahalo as well. I want to echo what the chair is saying. William, if I, Tamara, mahalo as well. I want to echo partnership and what the chair is saying. William, if I recognize the value of what it is we're trying to do for our beneficiaries. So thank you for your support. We do appreciate the value of what it is we're trying to do for our beneficiaries. So thank you for your support. We do appreciate the value of what it is we're trying to do for our beneficiaries. So thank you for your support. We do appreciate the value of what it is we're trying to do for our beneficiaries. So thank you for your support. We do appreciate the value of what it is we're trying to do.
And bottom line, you know what I mean? With this houses that you guys built before we get on them, bottom line, the mortgage rate can be unreal. With this houses that you guys built suffer before we get on them. You get a council to helping us planning. The mortgage rate can be unreal. With this housing that you built suffer before trying to get us on our land. Council to helping us planning. The mortgage rate can be unreal. So what I'm trying to get at is, the planning of us, I get planning connections where I can get somebody to build my house. So what I'm trying to get at is, the planning of us, I get planning connections where I can get somebody cost of materials, unreal. What I'm trying to get at is, we do with development every day. Cost of materials, unreal. Try to get us guys on the lot every day. We'll show you guys how to build a house. So we'll show you guys how to get us guys. We don't need somebody come tell us. We'll show you guys how to build a house. We'll show you guys how to get us. We know what we like. We don't need somebody come tell us. Many years we've been waiting. I'm tired of people telling us how to do it. We know what we like. We don't need somebody come tell us. Many years we've been waiting. I'm tired of people telling us on the land. We know what we like. Planning cannot go out there. We just get on the land. Because the mortgage rate is unreal this year. Every day the damn thing went up higher and higher and higher. And then, it's unreal this year. Every day the damn thing went up higher and higher. My brother is on contract. Every day the damn thing went up higher and higher. My brother is cut down the cost of building house by getting all the brothers to come over there. So they buy kids beer, building house by getting better go ahead, all the brothers to come over there. So they get us on the land beer, get us on the land. Once we get better go ahead, get us on the land. Get us on the land beer, get us on the land. Once we get better go ahead, get us on the land. Get us on the land beer, get us on the land. Once we get better, I know that that's something about the Hawaii one. Get us on the land beer, get us on the land. I know that that's something about what kind of Hawaii one. Get us on the land beer. And we've been at that meeting saying we can build them. What kind of Hawaii one? I mean, that's why we've been at that meeting saying we can build them. What kind of Hawaii one? I mean, that's why we've been at that meeting. I just want to make sure you guys know we can build them. What kind of Hawaii one? I mean, that's why we've been at that meeting. I just want to make sure you guys know we can build them. What kind of Hawaii one? I mean, that's why we've been at that meeting. I just want to make sure you guys know we can build them.
We're gonna go online. Is there anyone else in the room? I just want to make sure you guys know we can build them.
Okay. Aloha, everyone. I'm going to have the kupunas. I have several kupunas here. Okay. Two is ready to speak on item G5. I have several kupunas here. Two is ready to speak on item. My name is G5. I have several kupunas here on Molokai. Two is ready. I'm on the wait list since 1973, so that's about 49 years for ag. And I am justifying on G5 regarding full-year program. And my concern on is the wait list need to identify the early people that's being raised. Is the wait list need to identify we need to be involved with the stages as we move with it. So basically, I'm encouraged. I am encouraged to be a part of this basically testimony because not only myself, but the generation that's following me, I really need them. Not only myself, but the generation to be involved. Because right now, everybody really, the next generation, is kind of like leaving the island. So I'm sad about hearing these things happening. So please, help us move ahead. And let's all work together. And that's it. Thank you. Let's all work together. Okay, we have another kupuna speaking on G1 and G5. Okay, we have another kupuna speaking on G1
Aloha.
and G5.
Praise the Lord. Thank you, Jesus. We're alive on the day. Aloha. Anyway, praise the Lord. Thank you, Jesus. We're alive on the day. Aloha. G1, according to Apia and G1, is all underneath the county of Maui. Maui. According to they're paying high water bills, the county of Maui. Yeah, go check it out. How come they gotta go underneath the Maui County and we're under DHHL? But I needed to say about that one. And we're under DHHL. You got me? But I needed to say about that one. And we're under G5. You got me? But I needed to say about that one. Okay, but we make information only over here. Hey, we don't like information. It was to get down to the nitty gritty. Hey, we don't like information. How long they waited? I waited 49 years before I get my Hawaiian Homestead. How long I'm living here 12 years now. Almost dead. 82 years old. Hello, 12 years now. Almost dead. 82 years old. We got everything. We got the land, we got the money, we got the water. And where we at? We come there. We got the money, we got the water. And we're like a little kid now. We come there. I'm putting on my boxing glove. And we're like a little kid. Because we waited so long. Our loved ones been waiting so long. Because we is the generation to come. We waited so long. Because we is the generation to come. No whole life back now. Because we ain't got nothing to lose. We got something to lose because our generation. We don't can take nothing with us. We got something. You know what? I'm gonna tell you the truth. Jesus gave us all. He gave us all. We're not gonna be afraid of it because then going back to the dust. Jesus gonna be afraid of it because then going back to the dust. Jesus gonna be afraid of it because then going back. I thank you, Jesus, for Jesus gonna be afraid of it because then going back. I thank you, Jesus, for. I thank you, Jesus, for.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Auntie. Oh, aloha, commissioners. Okay, I'm going to do my testimony.
You're welcome.
My name is
Again.
Cora Schnackenberg. I'm
aloha,
president of Homestead
Okay, I'm going to do my
Association.
testimony.
And also,
my name is Cora
involved
Aloha,
involved in the
Okay, I'm going to do
Association
my
project.
testimony.
And also,
my name
like
is Cora
make some, there are some
involved in the
correction I
my
need to
testimony.
and
I'm
also, I will be speaking on item
There are some
C1 correction I
my
need to
testimony.
C1,
Also,
C2, G1 item. I want a bill or whatever. My last and closing item on item 5 is this. Ualapue has gone through the process, and there are some changes that we would like to suggest in the process of this draft. I haven't seen a draft. I've been involved in a land designation, but some of the important steps, in my opinion, is we're not asking that the department identified who going to get awarded. We're identifying that if your project contains this is for future projects on the or under Kuleana program. So say the project is for 25 homes or maybe 75 homes, then you want to look at 150 first on the top of the list of 150, contact these people, have them be involved in the process at the very early stages. So one, they don't need to be one organization, just like Ualapu, Ahonui. I mean, they could if they wanted to, but two is that they're already invested. You're going to get homesteaders that are invested, and chances are they might be awarded. So we want to propose that at the very get-go. In closing, my number 2 is, I don't know if the trust lands that are in inventory has someone screening the land, especially if it's been exchanged A to A and not A to Z. It's important because what we will learn is that we paid about $500,000, maybe close to 500,000 to go and do this process. Well, in this process, at the very end, we identified that there is more significant sites, right, than that it actually can be a homestead. So one that we're asking is that the trust land and inventory commissioners get identified whether or not it's suitable or not, so that we don't waste money to identify it while it's in the process of development.
Okay,
That's
Cora, I'm gonna ask you to wrap up, Cora.
Okay.
But we get the point.
Okay, so since you get the point, I appreciate commissioners that you continue to help the ones on the wait list. Mahalo. Thank you.
Mahalo for all the work that you guys do. Okay, last call to anyone in the room that wants to testify at this particular point in the agenda on any agenda item. Tina, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Morning, Juan.
Hello, commissioners.
Chair, I'd like to pull D8 for exec session.
Okay, we're gonna
Thank you.
remove agenda item D8.
D8.
Delta 8. Okay,
Thank you.
so-
Thank you, commissioners. Yeah, with that, the department, again, for the record, Juan Garcia with the Homestead Services Division. I am the administrator for that division of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. With the exclusion of D8, Homestead Services has before you 8 agenda items under the consent agenda for your consideration.
We have a motion to consider staff recommendation.
So moved.
Second. You then second it.
Chair, on D5, there's Joanka K. Kaupu. So I'm gonna recuse myself from that.
The entire motion or just, because otherwise we're gonna have to pull J5 out. Leave D5 out.
How you wanna do it?
Very good, I think.
Why don't we pull that one out?
Consent except for D5. and D8. Will be okay with that if you're the original?
Oh, can't hear.
We have a request to pull out D5 and D8, so I'm just asking the maker of the motion. If they're okay. Yes. Okay. Okay, minus D5 and D8, we have a motion on the floor to accept the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
I had a question though. I had a question to Juan on reinstatement of defer application on Olivera.
What agenda item is that?
That is D7.
Thank you. Thank you, Juan. Thank you. So Juan, on this applicant, can you explain what occurred? So in 1980, her application date was submitted. And then 6 years later, in action to deferred was happening in 1995. And then so now in 2022, we are reinstating.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner, for that question. To clarify, the applicant lost contact with the department, being that she did not, or the applicant did not provide her current mailing address. With that, the department was authorized to defer any offers that may come about. She has contacted recently the department and has provided her current mailing address. So we're able to contact her. Based on that recent contact, we have reinstated her application on her original date of January 18th, 1980.
Oh, okay. Okay, now I understand. Okay. All right. So she finally contacted the department after what, 6, 7 years?
Unfortunately, it took that long, Commissioner, yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you so much, Juan. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Welcome,
Chairman.
Commissioner.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Okay, seeing none, consent agenda is adopted. You want to take D5 now so that Commissioner Kelly please. So may I have a motion to consider agenda item D5? Yeah, if that's taken out for now, we're taking it back up to the D5. That's the one that we have a commissioner that potentially. Okay. Are there any questions, commissioners? Commissioner Kapu will be not voting on this, one, correct? Okay, so I have a motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Patty. Aye. Okay. Motion carries. Thank you very much for your recusal. D8, we're gonna hold that till after exec session. Okay,
Thank you, commissioners.
thank you.
Thank you.
Paula. The next agenda item is C1.
Aloha Commissioners, good morning, Chairman. Paula Ayla, Acting Administrator for Contact and Awards Division, requesting approval for 99-year leases for two residential, one in Anahola, one in Kaumana, in Hilo,
Okay.
and in Agla. I'm sorry.
Can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved. Second.
And second of the set. Okay, go ahead.
So two residential lots, one in Anahola, one in Kaumana in Hilo, and one ag lot in Moku'u, also in Hilo.
So are there any questions for Paula? Commissioners? Is there anyone wishing to provide public testimony on agenda item C1? Cedric, can you check the online? No? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? No opposition to motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item C2, staff is on the mainland, so we're going to pick that up after lunch. Okay, agenda item. Let's take. Hang on one second. Sorry, we're going to get H1 on the record. Is Rodney here? Rodney, you want, let's do H1.
Wait, no. God.
Decision making tomorrow, but we'll do the informational now.
I'm sorry.
Good morning. You got to speak into the mic, Rodney.
Hello, the workshop today is a briefing on the DHHL's sufficient sums biennium budget request for fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025. This budget will be presented to the 2023 legislature via the governor's executive budget request. Article 12, Section 1 of the state constitution states that the legislature shall make sufficient funds available for four purposes. 1, lot development. 2, loans. 3, rehabilitation projects. And 4, administrative and operating costs. So we've gone through a series of court cases from Supreme Court to Circuit Court and back up and down. So there's Nelson 1 and Nelson 2. But what has occurred is that in Nelson 1, the Supreme Court affirmed that administrative and operating costs can be determined judicially by the courts. Then we went into, and also the Supreme Court also determined that sufficient sums for lot development, loans, and rehabilitation projects are actually a discussion with the legislature and can only be determined by the legislature. So in Nelson 2, the Supreme Court remanded to the Circuit Court a process or measurement on how sufficient sums should be determined for administrative and operating costs. And what the Circuit Court has determined is that there's a method that they call, that use state and local government inflation rates to determine what is acceptable for administrative and operating costs. So what the circuit court determined in December 2020 was that for the fiscal year 2016 budget, the acceptable the $17 million that was appropriated by the legislature was acceptable based on inflation factors used on the 1.3 to 1.6 billion 1978 baseline. And the reason why they use a 1978 baseline is that is the year when the Constitutional Convention provided sufficient sums funding. And that was the budget that was, actually, it was the revenue stream of the department at that time, but the courts determined that that was the budget, but that was the revenue stream between 1.3 and 1.6 million. So what they did was they projected forward to 2016 and 17 million was acceptable. So now we're in 2022 going in for the 2024 and 2025 budget. And that's what we're asking, is that we have sufficient sums for the administrative and operating costs. The commission request is formulated in two parts. The first part is purpose 4, which is administrative and operating costs, but it also includes the Supreme Court ruling that infrastructure that has a long history of operational maintenance and repair issues that have become capital improvement issues can be considered administrative and operating costs. And then the second part is that costs aligned for purposes 1, 2, and 3. We need to go to the legislature. So going to the handout, if you look at page 1, what we have is on the top box is our purpose 4 budget, which is the administrative and operating cost budget. So the total price tag is $75.542 million for fiscal year 2024 and $159.7 million for fiscal year 2025. And if you look at the top, there's a position count of 206 positions. That needs to be corrected. It's actually 212. What happened in last session, legislature approved 200 general funded positions and 6 federal fund positions. We want to increase the federal fund positions by another 6 positions. So the new count is 212 positions. The administrative and operating budget request is $33.3 million for each of the fiscal years. And then repairs and maintenance, because the homesteads, the infrastructure are falling apart. So what we have is 2 numbers. One, the A stands for general funding, and these are for short-term type of repairs that take maybe less than a year. And then we have C, which stands for general obligation bonds. And these are repairs and maintenance that have been deferred to a point that they have become capital improvement issues. And then the second box below is purposes 1, 2, and 3. Purpose 1 is lot development, and we have our request of $62.65 million and $139.5 million in each of the years, the 2 fiscal years. And we have loans because of the $600 million appropriation that we have. I think we have, we're projecting 3,000 additional lots. That's like $740 million in additional loan financing. So we're requesting 73 million in each of the fiscal years so that we can leverage the monies to do the loan financing. And then we have rehabilitation projects of 56.89 and $40.4 million. And these are projects that are projects that came from the Homestead to the Puvalus and to our island plans. And so we have included that as requests. As far as the operating and CIP requests, it would be DHHL requests. But as far as the GIAs, those would be requests from the homesteads, and we would support that. So that the price tag for purposes 1, 2, and 3 came out to $208 million for 2024 and $267 million in fiscal year 2025. Turning to page 2, we have a breakdown of purpose for the administrative and operating costs. And this is separated. The first box separates the personnel costs and the other current expenditures. And this is really the administrative and operating costs of the department. And then what we did was we separated the R&M costs and separating it by general fund and general obligation bond funding. Total costs, total price tag is $75 million for A&O costs in 2024 and $159 million in fiscal year 2025. Turning to page 3, we have a breakdown of the purpose for object codes, and these are by other current expenditures. So these are costs that are picked up by the department, and also included are the water systems, because they are funded through the operating or trust funds through the operating fund. So these are also included in the operating portion of the operating fund. So it's not just only administrative type costs, they include operating costs. Turning to page 4, we have purpose for administrative and operating costs. These are purpose 1. This is lot development that would be funded by general obligation bonds. And for fiscal year 2024, it would be $62 million. And for fiscal year 2025, it would be $139 million. And so we have a breakdown of each of the projects by island and area, and also lots. Turning to page 5. We have purpose for administrative and operating costs. And these are the repairs and maintenance of infrastructure that would be funded by general obligation bonds. And we have also broken this down by island, area, project, and even the phases: design, construction, and planning. So the total cost for the geo bond financing of the repairs and maintenance of infrastructure is $34 million in fiscal year 2024 and $113 million in fiscal year 2025. So that's pretty much the sufficient sums budget.
Are there any questions for Rodney regarding sufficient sums budget?
I have a.
Good. Thank you.
That's pages 7 and 8. Page 7 is purpose for administrative and operating costs, and these are costs that can be infrastructure repairs and maintenance that can be done within 1 year. And this is the breakdown by project area and title and phase. 7.5 million and 12.7 million. And then the last page, that 8, 9, and 10 and 11 is actually projects that were determined by beneficiary consultation to the Tuvalu and to the island plans. And so we recorded that into the budget.
Thank you.
Yeah, Rodney, thank you for the presentation. I will admit I had trouble following you because I got stuck on the year 1978. And so in that, so I think what I heard you say was the formula to determine sufficient funds for the department is tied to the inflation rate in the year 1978.
Correct.
Okay, and then moving forward, we're always going to be tied to that 1978 index?
Only for the administrative and operating costs.
Okay.
And what the courts did, there were numerous formulas and measurements of inflation. But we wanted to, wasn't what we proposed was using the state of Hawaii's expenditure, rate of expenditures. What the courts used was a more generic state and local government measurement. And so what the court, because the court was only instructed to look at fiscal year 2016, what they said was that the $17 million that the department received in 2016 was appropriate. That it satisfied the sufficient sums measurement.
Okay, so here we are in 2022, and we're forever tied to the 1978
Yes.
inflation rate.
Yes.
It just seems punitive to me. It makes no sense. Go ahead.
This was determined by the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well. Okay, that's just a comment. It doesn't equate in my mind, but
I'll just point out, Randy, that Supreme Court sent that whole thing back down to the circuit court
yeah,
to make the determination of what rate of inflation to be used.
correct.
So the judge picked a CPI, consumer price index, that results in this going forward. 17. We have appealed that. So the appeal is, I believe, at the Intermediate Court of Appeals. Right? So hopefully we will get a better ruling and that can be overturned to something that's more realistic.
Okay, well, thank you, William. I was going to ask if we have any course to appeal, but you've answered that question. This seems unfair. But anyway, the other question I have, Rodney, I think you mentioned we have 212 positions. Is that correct? Is that
Correct.
How many are currently vacant?
I don't have that number. No, I don't have that number. But 14 positions were funded, I think. And we only have 19 positions left that are unfunded out of the 200 positions.
I believe the number was about 40, but once we got permission to start hiring again, I think the number is probably around 34, 33. So we're in the process of hiring positions that have been funded. Now that the governor said, okay, COVID is done, go ahead and fill those positions. And moving forward, in addition, I think as Rodney alluded to earlier, we're asking for some additional federally funded position, which is to help us with the 600 and other things.
Yeah, even though we have authorized federal fund positions, the 6 positions, and we will be having 12, I think. We're asking for another 12, another 6. Those positions, we're requesting them to be general funded. The reason is we want to throw 100% of our federal funds into the direct benefits to Native Hawaiians. We don't want it for administrative type things.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Chair, can you clarify when you said 33 or 34 positions?
Oh, we have our
What was that
hand
number? That's what we recently filled?
I think it was about a month ago, we started with like 40 vacancies. We've filled 5 and we're in the process of doing.
We're down to 33 vacancies now, or approximately, okay. And then I had a question. Rodney, for repair and maintenance, and I apologize if you explained this, but why do some get paid from the general fund and some from the general obligation fund, the go bonds?
When we were in court, we brought the state's budget execution policy. This is back, I forget what, a series of years, but there was what the circuit court determined is that there is a distinction between repairs and maintenance that is allowable under the operating budget and repairs and maintenance that are allowable under the capital improvement program. So that's why we made that distinction.
So the CIP, we push into the general obligation fund.
They don't call it CIP. If it's an operating cost, it's like there's a pothole. So potholes are temporary. So we're gonna do, that's in the operating budget. But if we're gonna do extensive road repair, then that's a capital improvement project. That's a distinction between the budgeting.
So then you look at every single expense item and determine based on this ruling that you have, whether it's falls into one or the other category.
Yes.
Okay. Because what you're trying to do is put as much of it into the general fund.
No, we just determined that this is temporary. This can be a quick fix. Sewer, like we have a lot of sewers on the Homestead. There's breakage, and then we send people to clean it up. But that's not really a capital improvement issue. It's an operating issue. So that's in the operating budget.
Okay.
So like replacing a door, replacing windows, replacing the ceiling tiles. That's something that is, very short, very compared to CIP, inexpensive. But when you get into repairing all the sewers, that's much longer term, and that would come out of the CIP request for repair.
Yeah, because you know why?
But
Yeah.
actually, what I was asking about is the means of financing.
Yeah. Because when it float geo bonds, it floated for 20 years. Yeah. So if it's let's say if it's a pothole, the pothole is only going to last less than 5 years. So you don't want to be floating bonds for 20 years to go fund something that's going to last 5 years.
Okay.
So
that's the process, of
too.
determining whether it's a general fund means of financing or
correct.
or the geo bond. Okay. And then I wanted to, and the page numbers you're referencing, I think are from, I guess yours, but it doesn't match up with the submission.
Yeah.
But
You can use that too. I have that.
so there was public testimony this morning about Paukukalo,
The park.
and the hail expenses. So that's in one of your.
Yeah, that's in I saw it in the.
So is this the right
current,
place to
rehab
address?
projects?
If you want to bring an
Maui.
individual project up, yeah.
Well, I wanted to raise the question that was raised this morning by the, I guess the question, why is the department allocating funds for Heiau restoration when it's on the LNR
Yeah, that one I have to look.
land?
Yeah,
I'll have to look more into. It could be a community project that, straddles. I'll have to get more information on that one. But remember now, this is a sufficient sums ask. So this is what the court has, just for everyone in the audience, this is what the court has directed us to do. Not to ask what's reasonable in terms of what you think the legislature is going to give you or what the governor is going to give you. This budget, the sufficient sums budget that's going to be approved by the commission is what staff has determined is sufficient to provide all of the repairs, all of the new lots, all of the rehabilitation projects that are reflected in either the general plans or regional plans or in the Puvalu that was held. So we're asking, over 2 years, we're asking for $200+ million. We do that every year because that's what the court says is our responsibility, to ask for what we deem to be sufficient. What likely will happen is the incoming governor is going to allocate something way less than that. And then it goes to the legislature, and the legislature, each of your individual legislators will look at the projects that are listed in this sufficient sums budget, and they may choose to fund independently these projects that are being put forward. That's what has happened in the past. So this is the process that we're going through because we're supposed to do it. The court said that we, pre-Nelson time, that we didn't do our job and didn't ask for sufficient sums. So this is why we do it. And to tell you, go to the legislature and they look at this and they go, okay, and then they do their regular thing.
And then we keep a tab of, we asked for X, you gave us Y. This is the difference.
Yes.
And sometime in the future, we're gonna come back to the court and say,
Yes.
they're not paying us the sufficient
Yes.
amount.
So when we, in next year, around April, May, when the budget is passed by the legislature, then there'll be a comparison of what we asked for versus what we got. Now, the number has been creeping up over the last couple of years, so that's a good sign. But we never get anywhere near sufficient sums asked. But there are benefits to this because there are communities with community projects that they want to be funded, and through their individual legislators, because it's now in the realm of an ask, they get funded separately. So it's beneficial to do.
Okay.
yeah, part of the, this is what I learned from the case, is that part of the process is that, or part of the reason the DHHL never got the sufficient sums is that this budget goes to BNF and they'll do a current funding level. This is what you got last year. So this is your max. Then it goes to the governor. We appeal to the governor, and then he'll say, okay, I'll let this through. And then this is your max. And then when you go to the legislature thinks we're providing sufficient sums. But the way the law reads, it says, the state constitution says that the legislature shall make sufficient sums available. It doesn't say the governor shall make sufficient sums available or the budget director shall make sufficient sums available. So what we're gonna do, that's why it's part of the submittal, is we're gonna send the budget, this sufficient sums budget, to the legislature too. It goes directly to them.
And this is the first time we're doing that.
No, we did that last year.
Okay.
And we will present, whoever the chair next year will present the sufficient sums budget to the finance or the ways and means chair. So we'll look at the governor's budget and we'll put it on the side. But when all the other agencies are arguing or asking at the legislature for their budgets, it's based on the governor's budget. We will go in with this budget ask to the legislature, because it's our duty as a commission to ask for sufficient.
Because we want the ledge, they're gonna work down from some baseline, and we want this to be our baseline, not after it went through budget and finance and went through governor's office.
Yeah. I think if we had, this is just me personally, if we had sufficient sums for 20 years, there'd be no way.
Okay, thank you.
John,
Mike, excuse me.
thank you, Rodney. I just have some questions on some items in Kauai. On your rehabilitation projects on Exhibit E, page 104. I think the West Kauai portable water, the pool pie, I understand that. On the bottom line, it says Anahola irrigation system in parentheses, but it isn't in any column on 24 and 25. What does that mean?
Stuart. I think Stuart can answer that.
Oh, Stuart. So Stuart, my question again was on page 104 on the budget request, purpose 3 rehabilitation project, which is attachment E, page 1. On the bottom of that page, it says Kauai Anahola irrigation system in parentheses, but it's not in any column under 24, 25.
Okay, aloha commissioners, Stuart Matsunaga, acting administrator, land development division. My understanding in purpose 3 rehab projects, these are projects that were requested by the community. This is from the either the Puvalu or from the island and regional plan priorities.
But is this a specific project or is this several projects under this $1 million? But I guess my question is this part of the Kuleana settlement? Or we're looking at an area under the Kuleana where we're going to put in a retention pond.
Andrew has
I have help coming along.
Get more people involved. Ask too many questions.
It takes a brain trust to answer your questions, Commissioner. Aloha Commissioners, Andrew Choi, Planning Program Manager. Yes, it is for the surface water improvements related to the Anahola Kuleana
Okay,
program.
good. Thank you. Then the other question is on the next page under the West Kauai multi-purpose evacuation center. Looks like we have funds set up for 24 for $500,000. Is that just to do the study?
Yes, that was one of the priority projects in the existing West Kauai regional plan. It is to do planning and environmental assessment for a potential evacuation center.
Okay, very good. And then one other question is there's a as we go down the line just before Hanapepe, there's bringing associations together to collaborate, $100,000. Is that a big pie we're gonna have?
It would probably be a contractor that would help convene community sessions to bring an association together and also provide technical assistance to do the paperwork to file like the bylaws and articles of incorporation and all that.
Great, very good. Thank you. And thank you, Rodney. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you, Dennis. Go to Mike and then Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Rodney, thank you for your presentation. I had a quick question on what purpose for admin and operation costs. Rodney. Can you explain further on the funding, the process, the general obligation balance for purpose for admin and operational costs? How does that work?
Okay. If you turn to page 3 of the handout, we have the general funds, the administration account, the operating fund. And these are really, they support the district offices mainly, but we're affected also. But these are the main funds that do the administrative, that fund the administrative
four.
and operating costs. And so what we did was the special and trust funds that support administrative and operating costs, they should really be general funded. So that's why we added them together as our total requests for sufficient sums.
Okay, Mike, did that answer your question?
Yeah. Thanks, Rodney. I had just one more quick question on the position. So the hiring, we got the okay from the governor. Any update on filling positions on other islands? Hawaii Island, Maui.
I don't know what the recruitment is for the neighbor islands, for Hawaii, island of Hawaii. But I've seen some requests come in that were approved. But I don't know. I can get you that information, what the vacant positions are, and then also what are in recruitment. Because there are a lot of them are in active recruitment. But the problem is with these civil service positions, they have to be on a list. So what we do is when we get the request, we go to the Department of Budget, Department of Personnel, Be Heard, and we get a list from them, and then we send it out to the district offices.
Okay. Thank you, Rodney.
Right, so Rodney, I'm fairly sure that all the commissioners, since you're gonna research that for Hawaii Island.
Yeah, I'll do it
would
for
be
each of the
interested.
islands.
All the
What's in
islands.
active recruitment.
Actually, if you did a recurring report that gave the status of open positions, and you can break it down by island or by division within the department, but and then what the status of trying to fill those positions, that would be very helpful.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing us that I have our hands up. Thank you. Thank you, Rodney. I appreciate that. So my question is, we have this on information today, and then tomorrow it's on H1 for approval. Is that correct?
Correct.
So today we're to vent and ask these questions, and then tomorrow we vote for approval, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so on your submittal on number 3, I'm reading that third paragraph. When you have, so it says technical adjustment. When, as we know, at the end of this year, we'll have a whole new 2023 administration in this department. So the technical changes from would that come back to the commission if there's any changes by the new chairman on this budget submittal?
You will find out the technical changes. Well, this will go through a process. It's still got to go through the Department of Budget and Finance.
Correct.
Recommendation to governor, then comes back to us, our appeal to the governor, the new governor. Yeah. And then governor will make his determination.
Okay.
And we don't have once he makes that determination, we don't have, we can't say we don't like it or whatever. It is what it is. Yeah. It goes to the printers. So, but what we will do is this budget will go directly to the state legislature.
Okay, Ronnie, I understand that, but on number 3, you're asking the commission authorize the chairman to adjust the operating and CIP budget requests to make technical adjustments due to minor errors before it goes to the administration executive budget. My question was, does the next chairman in place come back to the commission if there's any technical changes to the budget of FY 24 and 25?
William will be here till December 31st.
Okay.
So yes, you'll know.
Okay. And I think that's quite important when we have a new administration, a new chairman in place, if there's any technical changes made, that it should gradually come back to the commission and let us know what kind of changes were made, even if it's CIP or operating. And it's just a comment. I wanted to go to page 5 under rehabilitation. And my question to rehabilitation is always when you say rehabilitation, to me, it's like fixing, repair. And I wanted to ask if this rehabilitation funding in here, does it cover and assist beneficiaries to help to repair and rehabilitate their homes when needed? And I'm strictly kind of looking at kupunas. They're in a home and they need help to repair homes. They can't afford it. And so does the department have assistance in helping them to rehabilitate their homes? Or does NAHASDA step in? And is this available for home repairs of decapitated homes on Homestead?
I think if you're using general funds, it would be difficult to rehabilitate homes that are privately owned.
But NAHASDA would be available.
Yeah, but for NAHASDA and our trust funds, maybe.
Okay, and that's great to know that the public should know that there is NAHASDA funds, or what did you say, trust fund? What did you say? I didn't finish.
Well, the NERF fund, the Native
Oh,
Hawaiian
okay.
Rehabilitation.
Thank you. The NERF fund is out there to help funding for low-income kupunas that are homes that need fixing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, okay. And then, wait now. On page 2 and 3, on the FYI, repair and maintenance. I think this is a Stewart or somebody else's. So under Nanakuli, is the Nanakuli drainage improvements, sewer improvements, is that all started in that CIP? Has that started, or this is a phase 2 of improvements?
Aloha, commissioners. So in Nanakuli, we have several projects going on. However, the longer term rehabilitation and reconstruction of sewer lines has not yet started. So that is, if that's the FY25, $20 million. So that is actually new work and repair work within Nanakuli subdivisions.
Okay, can you explain in what is rehabilitation of school seawall improvements?
Okay, this is near the outlet. I'm not sure the stream is closer to Unit 7. There's a seawall. And so many of our drainage facilities are actually in need of more than just repairs or like spall work repairs. So they actually may require reconstruction of the walls and the drainage outlet.
Okay, thank you. And real quick, what is the Nanakuli traffic mitigation phase 2? Is that providing traffic improvement, speed humps, traffic calming?
Exactly, that is correct. So as you know, earlier this year, with the assistance of Department of Transportation, we installed traffic calming measures, and these are raised crosswalk and speed tables in upper part of Nanakuli. And so this would be the next phase, which would be on the lower section of Nanakuli Valley, Haleakala, and Nanakuli Avenue, as well as some of the cross streets near the school.
Thank you so much for that, Stuart and your team. That speed humps, that existing speed humps is where all these school zones are. And so truly the beneficiaries and the community appreciate that work. Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
And I guess my last one is on page 4. Okay. I wanted to add that the county beautification and abandoned vehicles program be submitted for Nanakuli also. I don't see that in your submittal on page 4 to 5, 4 and 4. I see all the other different things that I don't understand: ocean safety, cultural education. That's probably came down from Puhuvai in 2018. But I think what is important to update is a community beautification, abandoned vehicles in the Nanakuli homestead. That has been an ongoing problem within the homestead. If I may. And then wait, no. And then one more. I'm sorry. Oh, okay, one more, real skip. Page 1, under proposed lot development, you have Voice of America. Thank you very much for putting that submittal in for FYI 24-25 to finish that project in Maili. Do we put in EVA? Can somebody help me with that on the EVA new division? Does that also go into this submittal for lot development?
Commissioner, I believe that it is within the strategic plan and
okay,
within the $600 million budget.
So we don't need to put it in. We don't need to put it in here. No.
No,
no, that is
it's
separate.
already in the strategic. Yeah, the 600 is separate from this ask.
Okay. Okay.
May I just add something, Commissioner? That Maili also is included in the preliminary strategic approach and the budget approved by the commission from the 600 million, and that is for development. And so there may need to be some design funds supplemented to that budget. We are planning a design build on that, but we may still need some design funds to jump ahead.
Okay, thank you. And that's important to know, because if you need funding for design funds to help this project, when you talk about going to legislature and our legislation in 2023, this is the time where community will support their legislatures in their area to submit our senators and our representatives to support the Maili Voice of America and to submit design and design funds. Don't you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's all about lobbying.
Yeah, we will take that into consideration. Commissioner.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What are you taking in consideration?
We'll take that comment into consideration and have a discussion with staff.
Okay, but we will.
Pauline?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one question, purpose 3, rehabilitation projects, page 3 of 4. And I would like Stuart to update us. Stuart, I sent you an email regarding the bridge to Paoa Elementary School from Papakolea. I haven't received anything in writing, but my question for this report is, there is an amount for a traffic safety program in Papakolea, and I was wondering if we could include that bridge. I see the amount is only 250,000, but I haven't found out the details of why the bridge was dismembered. I'm not sure. Could you kind of give me an update if you can?
Okay, Kalamai, I think we're conducting research on that. We saw some photos and we believe that that particular bridge was not on Hawaiian Homelands.
Oh, okay, because it is the community's understanding that it is Hawaiian Homelands. It is owned by Hawaiian Homelands. So could you make sure that you find that out for sure? Because I believe that the community itself will come together to support that bridge from Papakolea to Pa'oa Elementary School, because the other alternatives are not as safe because the bridge is not there anymore. And it would take longer for these elementary students to get to Pa'oa because they would have to go around the mountain. So I would appreciate it if you could give me some kind of decision on that.
Hello, Commissioner. This is Kahana
Yes.
Albino, Acting Administrator. I did do some research in that and it is outside of Hawaiian Homelands. I did follow up with ICRO to see if we can get that message out to, I believe it was Auntie Puni, who had brought that issue up to us. And I know there was some cleanup by the Roosevelt High School football team. And then looking at the pictures and kind of researching the TMK, the tax map, it does appear to be outside of Hawaiian Homelands.
Okay, all right, thank you so much, but I will still follow up to get them some assistance and maybe we could help in some other way. Thank you.
Mahalo.
Okay, Kahana, if you can identify who's the landowner,
Oh, DLNR.
DLNR. Okay,
Yes.
so then perhaps the Papakolea community can then turn the request around to DLNR and we can support that. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Is there anyone in the room wanting to submit testimony on H1? Okay, is there anyone online? Can you check? Cedric? Good, clear? Okay, thank you, Rodney. Good presentation. Okay, we'll go back to the agenda and we have agenda item E1.
Get this over to me closer so everybody can hear. Aloha again, commissioners. Stuart Matsunaga, Acting Administrator for Land Development Division. Item E1 is related to Maui residential development. The submittal proposed approval of finding of no significant impact and final environmental assessment. However, Land Development Division is going to recommend deferral of this item. And the reason being that we received recent information from State Historic Preservation Division on archaeological mitigation actions. And these actions could impact the lot numbers and configuration, depending on what mitigation measures are taken. And so for that reason, we recommend deferral of item E1. I wanted to just point out that Darrell Ng of our staff worked with our consultants on this. And so the submittal does have important and relevant information regarding the development. But what we would request is that we continue to work with SHPD and then come back to the commission for the formal approval of the FONSI and the final EA. And we are thinking that we could do that in a couple of months or before the end of this calendar year.
Okay, thank you, sir. Just commissioners, for your information, the issue deals with a historic wall. It's not a prehistoric wall. It's not a Hawaiian wall. It's a historic wall that our plan was to preserve in place. And because we have to raise the elevation in the area, would have been to cover up that wall, which would have protected it in place. So Shipty has some other thoughts on that wall. And so we'll have to try to have further discussions with them and come up with something that's acceptable. It could, like Stuart said, it could impact the number of units. It could impact the final elevation. All for, you're sensing my frustration here. It's all for a historic wall. Doesn't do anything, but okay. Thank you for your patience because I'm running low on patience.
Thank you. This is again another a priority project in our strategic plan and the budget that Commission approved. So we do want to move this along and come back to the Commission with.
Hold on one second. Patty, you have a question?
Yeah, no, I'm just listening to Stuart and I wanted to thank him for that, but wasn't that in the EA done during that for that Miley project? Wasn't it done in the final environmental assessment? They didn't find that? Or did you, during the final EA assessment, was there not communication with the Burial Council or Historic Preservation team?
There is our plan to mitigate the situation with the wall. And I'm assuming that you're going to come up, but we received some recent communication regarding the wall. Andrew's coming up to the table.
Aloha, Commissioner. As we do through all of our draft environmental assessment processes, we notify all relevant state and county agencies, federal agencies, community members about the project. They are given a 30-day period to comment. SHPD was one of those agencies that we sent notification to. Unfortunately, they only responded to our request for comment last week after staff had drafted the submittal. This is well after the 30-day comment period was over. So we were under the assumption that SHPD didn't have any comments on our project until we received comment from them last week. And we respect their comments and we want to work with them to resolve, to find a solution that will work for them and for us as well.
Thank you. And I did go through, Andrew, I did take the weekend off to go through your whole big Bible, and I did have questions on some of this, but I did see the agencies in place that you notify, whether it's county and state notifications to your EA process. My last question is, will the delays hold or jeopardize any funding to be lapsed for this project?
Not at this point. If we can resolve it by the end of the year, then we can continue to issue a request for proposal for the design build of this development.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, staff. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Okay, E2.
Thank you, Andrew. As you can see, Land Development Division cannot do all of this work on its own, and we rely heavily on our planning office, on Land Management Division, Homestead Services Division, as well as our offices, Administrative Service Office, who handles the budget.
Stuart, sorry for interrupting you. It's this new process that we're undergoing. So I'm supposed to ask if there are any public testifiers for agenda item E1, either in the audience or online. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. Anyone? Okay, Cedric, can you check online? Okay, we don't see any. I apologize. Please start again.
I just wanted to thank all of the divisions in the office for assisting in the development as we go forward. Okay.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Thank you again, commissioners. E2 is approval of finding of no significant impact and final environmental assessment for the Funani Homestead Subdivision water storage improvements in Waikapu, District of Wailuku on the island of Maui. And our recommended action is to approve the FONSI and the final EA. And I wanted to indulge the commission in recognizing Dowling Company. If this is the right time to do that. They're in the audience, and I would, we have a short PowerPoint attached to this submittal, and I was gonna ask Darren Okimoto from Dowling Company, who is the project manager, to make the presentation.
Morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Darren Okimoto, Senior Project Manager at Dowling Company, and I'll give the presentation today.
Can you speak closer to the mic or louder?
Next slide. So we're here today to give a presentation on the final environmental assessment for the Pu'unani Homestead. Thank you. Water system storage improvements, water tank and other miscellaneous improvements required for that water tank. And we respectfully ask the commission to find finding of no significant impact determination for this EA. Next slide, please. This is an overall project location map. The Pu'unani Homestead 161 lot residential subdivision is shown in blue, and further Mauka to the left of the page is the proposed location for the water tank that'll service those residential lots. Next slide. So a little bit of background on the project. We previously came before the commission and the commission provided a FONSI on the final EA for that 161 lot residential subdivision, Pu'unani Homestead subdivision, back in October of 2020. The final EA and FONSI were published November in 2020 in the ERP's Environmental Notice Bulletin. After that FONSI was published, the County Department of Water Supply came back and informed the department that in order for the subdivision to go through, the department would have to put in a water tank to service the project for necessary storage requirements. The draft EA previously came through the commission a few months ago in July, and the draft EA was published for this water tank in July of 2022. So we're back today with the final EA. Next slide, please. This is an overall plan of the Waikapu Wailuku area showing the Pu'unani Homestead kind of near just on the Mauka side of Hono'opilani Highway. And then up in yellow is the proposed location of the new water tank. It's adjacent to an existing water tank, so it's strategically located to tie into the existing county water system. Next slide, please. This is a close-up of the site plan for the water tank. In yellow is the new expansion lot that the water tank will go on. And on to the right of that, that's the existing 1.5 million gallon tank that the county already owns and operates. And to the left in yellow is the new proposed up to 500,000 gallon concrete storage tank. So this is a site plan of the subdivision, the 161 residential lots. So this is what came before the commission back in 2020 and secured a FONSI, and the final EA was previously published. So within the EA, the scope of the work is up to a 500,000 gallon concrete water tank on approximately 1.3 acres of land. And the improvements include grading, drainage improvements, construction of the tank itself, new inflow and outflow water lines to tie into the existing county system, perimeter fencing, and other miscellaneous equipment. The proposed water tank and improvements are intended to be dedicated to the county, and DHHL and Dowling Company have been in close coordination with the county to make sure we work out all the specifics so we can dedicate the improvements after they're constructed. Next slide, please. This slide is a summary of the conclusions from the final EA. Based on all the technical reports and exhibits that were prepared, the land use is not anticipated to have a significant impact on the surrounding environment. The project will implement the necessary mitigation measures such as BMPs, archaeological monitoring. The project will provide the necessary storage required by the county to be able to supply water to the beneficiaries in the DHL Funani Homestead. The project supports homestead opportunities for beneficiaries and provides water needs that are consistent with the goals of the DHL General Plan, DHL Maui Island Plan, and the DHL Water Policy Plan. Next slide, please. So the next steps for the project are for the commission to, respectfully secure the FONSI determination for the water tank project, and for the final EA to be published in the environmental review program. It would also be to secure sufficient budget allocation from the commission and DHHL to fund the project, and then to complete the design and construction of not only the 161 lot residential subdivision, but also the tank and the necessary improvements. Next slide, please. So this is a current anticipated timeline, given where we're at with the subdivision, with the water tank, going forward on when we want to be able to break ground, which is as soon as possible, early 2023 for the subdivision site work. Where we're currently in design process for the water tank improvements. So that'll be following after the subdivision site work starts. And as we progress to the turnkey home construction, the vacant lot awards, and then project completion. So, yeah, that's the entire presentation. And if there's any questions, please don't hesitate.
Question?
I have a question, Chair.
Yes.
So the existing tank is undersized for in light of the new housing that we are developing. But the existing tank serves what? Serves the neighboring community?
It serves that general area, the Waikapu, Wailuku area.
So this project, we basically just expand the capacity of that existing facility.
Exactly, Commissioner.
And our subdivision gets water service, but so does the neighboring Maui County, or the neighboring subdivisions, the neighboring housing. Right?
Well, right now, in this particular location, this is the only project proposed to take water from that tank itself.
So the tank that's there now exclusively serves that piece of property that we're developing, or it's serving other households, right now?
The existing county's tank, yes, serves
Right.
that entire
So
area.
when we stack our tank next to it, we're just expanding the capacity, but it's a commingled system, right? It's still serving those other communities. Is that?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true.
So is that normally how these projects work when the county, we have to do like public projects for the county to get our service, our water service?
What we have to do is contribute to the water system, the county system, if it's not one that's owned by us, right? So we provide either transportation or develop a water source. Then when we do that, we provide it to the county and we get water credits. So the development would not go forward it was a condition of the approval of the subdivision, is that correct?
Well, this one was after the fact they discovered it, right? Because
That is correct.
yeah. So and how does that happen? They just engineer looked at the numbers again and said, we don't have enough water? Or-
I can't say exactly how that happens at the County Department of Water Supply, but it was a late comment after the EA was approved for the subdivision. And so we are trying to mitigate that issue on storage. And as we have done in the past, if there are existing capacity or additional capacity that is available, we normally go to the county to negotiate, as the chairman said, credits, or we'll even look at pro rata share of the tank. But in this case, we're looking for additional credits because it has value. And so
other than the timing of them coming back to us late in the game and saying, we need more capacity, this is kind of standard procedure when we go into a new subdivision.
right, it would have been very useful if we had that information upfront when we were preparing the EA, so we could budget ahead of schedule. I also want to point out that in the strategic plan year 1 budget for 600 million, that Funani subdivision is included in the first year. I think it's $17.5 million. So we are looking at that fund to draw down from for the construction of this tank, to draw down from that fund.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah, so we get curves all the time. And that's a short answer to your question. And like the previous one with the Shifty objection after the 30 days went by. But we have to deal with it in order to make sure that we have homesteads available. Any other question? Okay, seeing none, can I have a motion?
Sure.
Staff recommendation. So moved.
Second.
Oh. Okay, Mike, go with your question, but we do have a motion on the floor.
Yeah. Just real quick, along the lines of what Russell was saying. So with water, so is this the same situation with when we develop roads, we turn it over to the county?
I think I heard the question is this similar to turning over roads to the county? Well, in the case of roadways, we do not dedicate the land for the roadways to the county. It's issued by way of agreement. And but for infrastructure, we do go through either a licensing or dedication process, depending on the location of the improvements.
Okay. Thanks, Stuart.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Sure. Any other questions?
Sure, I just have one more comment.
Go ahead, Dennis.
In this agreement, providing this additional storage and then putting together this program, does the department get involved in water rates? Trying to stabilize water rates for our beneficiaries? Are we involved in that conversation or not?
Not in this situation. This would be an improvement that's tied to the county system. And so the county rates would prevail.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to testify on this agenda item? Okay, Cedric, can you check online? Okay, seeing none. Commissioners, all those in favor of accepting the final no significant impact, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you.
Let me do a quick time check. Okay, we're gonna push through with 2 more. F1.
Aloha and good morning, Commissioners. Kahana Albino, Acting Administrator, Land Management Division. I also have here sitting with me on my side, Shelley Carrera, land agent, LMD. LMD has actually had three, we removed one. Item number F1 is seeking commission approval of annual renewal of rights of entry permits on Maui and Lanai Islands.
Okay, may I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Proceed.
Item number F1 is just seeking the standard process for the renewals of these rights of entries. Commissioners, if you guys can note on Exhibit A, we have on the island of Maui, we had 3 rights of entries. One was surrendered back to Hawaiian Homelands, which is the villages of villages of Leali, sorry. And we still have currently Waiahuli Hawaiian Homesteaders Association and Keokea Homestead Farm Lot Association. And on the island of Lanai, we still have Alton and Joel Aoki.
Are there questions for staff on this agenda? Russell?
Yeah, Kana, on the Lanai, the location says Kahikinui, that's a,
Yes,
A
that's
typo.
that's an error.
okay,
It should be noted as Maui.
but, and that one is.
Lanai, sorry.
Lanai, yeah, that one is pastoral.
Yes, correct.
Any other commissioners? Any question for staff? Okay, I'll go to public testimony. Anyone in the room wishing to testify on F1? Okay, Cedric, I'm going to turn to you next. Anyone online? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of approving F1, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, seeing none, that motion carries.
Mahalo,
F2.
Commissioners. Item number F2. LMD is seeking approval of First Amendment to right of entry number 689, issued to Ka'ohana o Kahikinui out in Maui, Kahikinui, KMK 219001, and a portion of parcel number 3.
Can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions?
If there are any questions, I have Shelley Carrera here to answer, if anything.
One more time, are there any questions regarding this agenda item? Okay. Is there anyone wanting to testify on this agenda item F2 in the audience? Okay. Seeing none, already checked, there's no one online. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Can see no opposition, the motion carries.
Mahalo, Commissioner.
Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, G1?
Aloha, Commissioners. Item G1. The recommended motion action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve the attached Exhibit A processes for the allocation of water credits and water meters on water systems serving the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. With me today, I have Jonathan Witeke Scheuer, who will give the presentation.
Aloha, my kako commissioners. If the host can enable screen sharing.
Oh, they have the presentation up.
Okay,
We'll just have to tell them
terrific,
next time.
fabulous. Okay. So commissioners, good morning. Thank you for having the chance to present this to you today. The staff have been working on this issue at various times over many years. So it's exciting to be finally with you today with a proposed procedure with priorities in it for your approval. If you'll go to the next slide. There's a few parts to our presentation. You can just click through there. Each bullet is a separate one. So I'll just give you, and this recaps a brief presentation we gave to you last month. Talk about the background, the need for priorities and policies and procedures, the relevant legal authorities that allow you to take this action, review the proposed procedures and priorities, and then finally, I'll just give you a few examples of if you adopt this, what the implications will be for our communities. If you go to the next slide, please. So really briefly, I want to.
Sorry, Jonathan. Sorry,
Yes.
can I just ask you to hold up 1 second? So this presentation is for water systems that are managed by the department.
And
also, and water credits that we receive from the county.
So just so everyone understands, right? That's the purpose of this presentation. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Chair. I apologize if that was not clear. So this next slide, I'll just talk to you really briefly to give a little more clarity to what the Chair just mentioned. We have water reservations around the island that you, through your approvals, and the staff, through their efforts, have diligently sought from the Water Commission. Those are sort of ways to kapu water while it's still in the ground or still in a stream for our future use. That's different than our ability to issue water meters, if you click next, or for us to have water credits, which were a subject of discussion earlier on your consideration of the FONSI for the water tank at Waikapu. Water credits are how the counties will promise us the ability to issue future water meters for our homesteading purposes. And water meters are, we have certain capacity on our 4 systems to issue water meters in the future. But really, whether it's called a water credit on the county system or ability to issue a water meter on our system, it's the same thing. It's this really critical trust asset. If you go to the next slide, please. So really briefly, water credits are issued by the counties or in some cases by private entities that provide water to DHHL. They're issued in exchange, usually for some combination of DHHL building source, storage, transmission, or paying into the departments of water supply a certain amount of funds. So one of the points that Stuart was making earlier is that in exchange for the building of this water tank, we're going to seek additional credits from the county of Maui.
Can you talk on the side?
Generally speaking, a single credit is a promise to issue a 5/8 inch water meter, which is what a typical single family home has, which is assumed to deliver on average 600 gallons per day to the unit. Go to click again, please.
Randy.
Currently, we hold credits on at least 2 systems. Click, both on, sorry, if you could keep moving the slide ahead. Upcountry Maui, we own credits, and on Anahola farm lots. We own our own system in Anahola, but separately, the county also delivers water to some of our lots. Next slide, please. So DHL owns 4 water systems where we own and operate the systems on Molokai, the big drinking water system, and Anahola, Pukapu, and Kailapa on Hawaii Island. We have some limited ability to issue new meters for homestead uses there. 2 meters are typically 5/8 of an inch, assumed to deliver 600 gallons per day. Move ahead, please. So those are credits and those are meters. If you go to the next slide, please. This ability for the department to issue meters is a really critical trust asset. It's very fundamental to our ability to get homesteaders into their lots. If you click through, please. The questions that we don't really have right now, and we're urging adoption of this policy and procedure to do so, is so that we can answer questions like, how are they accounted for? Do we have a regular accounting of how many credits and meters we have the ability to issue? Who awards them within the department? Should there be charges in different situations, different charges for issuing credits or meters? How do we prioritize who gets a meter and who perhaps requests a meter but doesn't get a meter, and go on? I'll give you two examples that have led to our desire to bring this procedure before you. On the island of Kauai in Anahola, a homesteader wanted to subdivide their lot. The county of Kauai said, well, you have to, she went to the County Department of Water Supply for a meter. County Department of Water Supply said, you need to get a credit from DHHL. The question arose, okay, should we give this homesteader a credit for a subdivided lot to get a meter? If so, how much do we charge this homesteader? On Molokai recently, on our own system, there was a request in response to the ongoing governor's emergency order to try and manage the deer population in the face of drought, a request for a water meter so somebody could have potable water on site for the processing of deer. Not a homestead use directly, but beneficial to the homestead. How do we handle that? We lacked a sort of set of procedures. If you go to the next slide, please. Very briefly, what are the authorities that allow the Hawaiian Homes Commission to deal with this? If you click through on the slide, the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act and its purposes section identifies that providing adequate amounts of water and supporting infrastructure, so homelands will be always usable and accessible, as a primary goal of the act. If you go to the next slide, please. There's various references in the Hawaii administrative rules the department has had for how our water systems are managed. And then in the water policy plan, two of the 4 priority goals. First is to affirmatively communicate with beneficiary regarding water decisions regionally and annually. If we have an accounting of water credits and water meters available, we can do that better. We're also supposed to manage a water assets inventory, so have this kind of information at the ready. And very specifically, when we ran around the state from 2012 to 2014 across the Pai'aina, 10 meetings, 2 rounds of 10 meetings. Another goal people wanted was, please, if you click one more time, methodically and consistently manage water credits that the department has. So we're bringing this to you now to fulfill that. There's in the draft procedures, which were Exhibit A to the submittal, there's prioritizations and workflow. So what the priority should be for issuing meters and how we should handle those requests. If you click again, please. I'm going to just walk you through, because really this is the heart and the most important part of what we're proposing to you. We're saying that whether it's a credit that we have or whether it's a meter that we could issue, we try to take that request and we say, okay, first of all, how many do we have? And second of all, where do they fall within our priorities? And so the priorities that you would adopt today, if you adopt this policy, is first, if there's proposed residential use on an awarded residential lot, that's the top #1 priority for getting a meter or a credit. The next one right below that would be residential use, getting a ohana into a residence, but on an agricultural or pastoral lot. The third would be where we're in the process of developing lots, but they're not fully developed, but we would make sure to hold on to our credits or meters as applicable so that we can issue those meters when those lots are ready to be occupied. If you go to the next slide and click through to all the bullet points. Next one would be lots that are eligible for subdivision, regardless of what kind of lot they are. So that means that we're going to be able to get more families onto more lots if we subdivide it. The next one would be using this potable water for a non-potable purpose, but in furtherance of the reason for which the lot was issued, so an agricultural or pastoral use. The next priority would be if there's a homesteader organization that's gotten an award of some kind of lease or agreement or right of entry from the department to use it for a community purpose, that would be the next priority to get a meter or a credit. Go on to the next slide. Then any other uses that are identified in an island or regional plan or other land use designation that this commission has approved. So you've already said, like, listen, we want to see this kind of land use here. In order to achieve that land use, you need water. And then finally, at the very bottom would be commercial and non-homestead, non-community uses on department lands, which happens occasionally. The utilities, sometimes the electrical utility will need a water meter, or a state agency or a county agency will request a water meter on our lands or adjacent to our lands for their use. We also propose for you a couple ways to have exceptions to that priority list. First of all, as in the Molokai case, if there's a state of emergency that's been declared that would require the issuance of a meter, that would allow the chairman to issue a meter or a credit. And then also, there's sometimes where we hold on to these credits or this ability, this capacity to issue meters, sometimes for many years at a time, at the same time that people may want to have water, for instance, for agricultural or pastoral use. This allows a process for those people to ask the department, and the chair would bring this for consideration to the Hawaiian Homes Commission. If you go to the next slide, please. Really basically the workflow, the planning office working with other divisions would maintain data. Regional offices would accept the request, transmit it to the planning office. We would do a review and analysis of where it fits in the priority compared to how much water we have available. Write a letter that's a recommendation to the chairperson. If it's in line with the priorities and the capacity, the meter gets issued. If it's seeking an exception, it comes back to the Hawaiian Homes Commission for approval if necessary, and then a decision is made. If you go to the second to last slide, just really briefly, if this is approved, this would be the first time that we have consistent procedures and priorities for the issuance of water meters or water credits. It's been on an ad hoc basis to this point. It also allows a pathway for individuals who are not prioritized right now. And maybe in the past, we're just told, no, we don't have enough water. At least there's a pathway for them to request to see whether or not they can get water credit or water meter that we have available. This will allow us, after having dealt with some other issues on Molokai, to start to issue meters again for residential uses on the island from our water system. And in addition, we have places around the islands, including from Pa'upena, that has a right of entry to land upcountry. They would like to have access to water. This at least provides a pathway for them to request water, whereas right now it is unclear how they would go about to try and secure a water credit to be able to get water from the county water system. Last slide is just, do you have any questions? So you can stop the slideshow, and Andrew and I are happy to answer any questions. Mahalo nui.
Questions for Jonathan or Andrew? Okay, if not, may I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there anyone in the room wishing to testify on this agenda item? Is there anyone online wishing to testify on this agenda? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, sorry, there's a question.
Yeah, I just had a question for Jonathan or for Andrew. Do we know by island how many credits we have? Because that, I mean, if we don't have a water source, that would affect our ability to provide.
I guess let me start by answering the question. I mean, your question by we have a better idea of how many water meters we can allocate on the systems that the department owns and operates. We do not have as good an idea of the water credits available on county systems unless we have an existing agreement with that particular county.
And my second question would be, the value of a water credit is a meter?
Yes, 1 credit would equal 1 meter, and 1 meter is typically 600 gallons per day.
So our approval of a water meter, for instance, if someone was going to subdivide, if we looked at the amount of meters that are available, would that come into the decision as to whether we're going to allow that many meters? What I'm trying to figure out what the decision process is. If you have one person that has a large parcel and they divide it 4 ways, and you have other persons that have an initial property, how do we deal with that?
Actually, if we can bring the slide back up on the prioritization criteria, and then maybe Jonathan, if you heard the question, you can kind of walk them through how we apply those criteria.
I did hear the question. So I'll just wait for the slide to come up. But very briefly, so among
stop.
In general, what we're suggesting you choose to prioritize is, first of all, above all other uses, getting Hawaiians into homestead residences. Now, if it's one lot versus somebody subdividing their lot, the person who has their original lot, who's just trying to get either a meter or a credit so they can get a meter from the county, they are at the top of the priority. Somebody subdividing is down on priority D, I believe, the next slide. If you click forward. So the first instance, somebody with a lot and they're wanting to live on it, that's priority A. And then if you can click through to D, it's lots eligible, sorry, back one. Lots eligible for subdivision. And so they are still above other uses, but the logic, and there was lots of staff discussion, the logic behind it is that that beneficiary with the subdividable lot has already received a benefit from the department. So even though other Hawaiians are going to get those benefits, we wanted to make sure that the people who have gone through the process and got their homestead lot would get one first. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yeah, it did to a certain point. So what I, just to categorize on E, where it says agricultural pastoral use for agricultural pastoral lots, would that include our subsistence ag lot in that category? Because it's not necessarily a residential lot.
Right. If they're, yes, it would, if they have access to the ability to get a meter from the county or from us on that particular system.
Right. So that my only concern is that may put a cramp on our ability to offer subsistence ag if we also have a lot of residential to offer and we need water credits. So just a thought put out there. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Dennis. We have a motion. Are there any other questions? By Commissioner. Okay, if not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone that opposes? Okay. Motion carried. We're gonna take a 10-minute break and then 10-minute break, and then we're gonna go into executive session for about an hour. And so those of you who came for other agenda items, go and have lunch, and then please come back in about an hour. And then we should be ready for open session again. Okay, may I have a motion to go into executive session? So move. Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. So executive session means that the commission is gonna have a discussion with our attorney.
Okay. All right.
Okay, go ahead.
Aloha. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, they can.
My name is Karmaili Makikal, and I am the granddaughter of Keopuolani. Kalani Hele Mai Luna, Ebokeli I Makekao Nuuanu, and Melly Swinton. I am here for Telecommunications Agenda. There seems to be transparency in many items, but the transparency in items of telecommunications seems to be faltered and altered within the past 6 years. I have been watching many things being tampered with, and I think that I'm sorry, what did she say?
No, go ahead.
I can't
Proceed.
hear you.
She's talking to someone else. Proceed.
Oh, okay. Okay, where was I? Telecommunications item. In telecommunications, you have a group of people who go offline and they start communicating on items with no transparency and no correct data. I think that the Department of Hawaiian Homelands has a duty to make that a little bit more clear, since there is many, many different types of things for one issue and you don't know which one is which. I believe that the Hawaiians, it is our right to have transparency. It is our right to have you guys working for us, because I'm not sure there's many Hawaiians that are so suppressed that they're accepting anything that you give them. I'm a Hawaiian who was blessed, who can see that transparency and you guys having a voice for us must be clear and for the people.
Sorry, can I just help you along? So do you have a comment on like broadband services, telephone services, those kinds of services?
So absolutely. Where I was getting at is that I have many broadband, and so I'm a computer tech. I went to school, met a lot of really cool people who allowed me the education to get into broadband. I believe that there is a firewall when it comes to transparency for Hawaiians. I believe that the broadband is a web of artificial intelligence that connects to anything that is suppressing our people. I believe that in being that I am a tech person, I know that you guys are firewalling us from transparency. And I think that a lot of things that are on this broadband are not right. And maybe it should be changed for the benefit of the people. And that's all I have to say, really.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Makata.
Is there going to be any more way that I can speak on behalf of Hawaiian Homestead on a Kauai?
There'll be, take the agenda with you. Okay, you're entitled to have public testimony on any agenda item that follows.
Okay.
But for now, we're going to go into executive session. So the room, we'll ask everyone to leave the room. All right. Okay, that's helpful. Okay, so if we can clear the room. Homes Commission meeting. Randy, you have?
Yeah, aloha everyone. As we get ready to reconvene, I wanted to mahalo our Maui beneficiaries for providing that ono breakfast and lunch. We are very grateful for that. If I enter into a coma soon, that's on all of you, but mahalo.
Mahalo, Randy. Also mahalo from Balance of the Commission and the chair and the department. Okay, we're gonna hook up to Washington DC now and go back to agenda item C2. Our staff is currently in Washington DC attending a workshop, and this is the time that they could connect with us after their workshop. So agenda item C2, Lehua and Ori. Or just Ori?
No, it's the both of us. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Awesome. Aloha kako, Oriana Leao, Nahaza Government Relations Program Specialist, here to present item C2, approval of 2023 legislative proposals. The recommended action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve the legislative proposals to be recommended for inclusion in the administration's legislative package for the 2023 regular session. The Department of Hawaiian Homelands has prepared draft legislation proposals to be recommended for inclusion in the next administration's legislative package. The draft legislative proposals are currently under review by the Department of the Attorney General, the Department of Budget and Finance, and the Governor. The proposals are pending final approval, and no proposal is considered part of the package until the final approval is granted. In this phase of the review process, the department may amend or withdraw measures. So now
I'll stop sorry, Ori, I'll stop you right there, just so I can get a motion to consider staff recommendation. So move. Okay, thank you, Ori. Go ahead.
Okay, reporting live from Wakinekona Dese. We're gonna go over the 10 bills. So, Helu Ekahi, HHL number 1, relating to independent legal counsel. This proposal allows the department to retain independent legal counsel to be paid by the state and use the services of the Attorney General as needed. Helu Elua, relating to the Commission on Water Resource Management. This proposal adds the chairman or the chairperson's designee to the board for the Commission on Water Resource Management. Helu Ekolu, relating to housing. This would allow the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to be exempt from general excise taxes. Helu Eha, number 4, relating to historic preservation reviews. This bill would allow the department to assume responsibilities that are currently held by the Historic Preservation SHPT Review Office. Helu Elima, number 5, relating to interim administrative rules of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. This proposal creates a new section of the HRS that allows DHHL, after consultation with beneficiaries and organizations representing beneficiaries, to issue interim rules which shall be exempt from the public notice, public hearings, and gubernatorial approval requirements of Chapter 91, as long as the interim rules shall be effective for not more than 18 months. Number 6, relating to compliance and enforcement on Hawaiian Homelands. This proposal establishes a compliance and enforcement program within the department to investigate complaints, conduct investigations, and cooperate with enforcement authorities to ensure compliance with the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Now, we inquired with the Attorney General's office to clarify and confirm if we should use the means of adding a chapter to the HRS or amending the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. And the AG's office confirmed that we should indeed add a chapter to the HRS. So mahalo to them. Moving on. Helu Ehiku, number 7, relating to adoption. This proposal allows an adopted individual to benefit both by relationship through a natural parent and through an adoptive parent in a disposition or other designation provided for in accordance with the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. So this bill does indeed honor our current blood quantum requirements. Hello, number 8, relating to affordable housing on Hawaiian homelands. This bill would repeal the current sunset date. And so the same is also true for number 9 and number 10. So number 9 relates to school impact fees. The proposal would repeal the July 1, 2024 sunset of Act 197. And for our last bill, number 10, relating to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, or Act 279, the proposal would allow for the expenditure of funds appropriated to also change the date to June 30, 2025. So unless we have any questions, the recommended action is that staff respectfully requests approval of the motion as recommended.
Okay, thank you, Ori. Before I take the question for Ori, I just want to just summarize for you. So the 2 bills that repeal sunsets, one for the affordable housing credits that we gained from doing affordable housing. That's very important because that allowed us to purchase the property with our affordable housing credit for Funani. Yeah. So we don't want to see that sunset. And then we were able to get the school impact fee waived. That in FY22, I think it saved us something like $9 million is my recollection, that now that $9 million we're able to put towards infrastructure. So we're going to go and ask the ledge not to let those sunset, but to go forward. And then of course, the last one, the 10, was to ask for an extra year, that spending or obligating the 600. I think there's pretty much recognition that 3 years was a challenge. So with that explanation, open for questions. Patty?
Hi, thank you. Oh, thank you. So my question is on number 6, relating to compliance and enforcement on Hawaiian homelands. And so being that this this has been come across yearly to be submittal from the commission to have some kind of compliance and law enforcement on Hawaiian homelands. I was wondering, you made mention that the AG didn't feel it was appropriate enough to change the act, or just to use the model on HRS.
Yeah,
can you please explain that, please?
Yes.
Aloha, this is Lehua Kinilankano. I did reach out to the AG as a result of our last commission meeting where we had the draft and we had the conversation on the table, whether it should be an amendment to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act or to add to the HRS. And when I spoke to Craig, he said it was okay to just have it be a chapter in the HRS, that we didn't have to amend the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. He also did say, though, that we could shorten the section and maybe not have it be so lengthy. He understands we modeled it after HRS chapter 199, but the AG does need to review the bill. So if that is their recommendation, we can definitely take a look at it. In this process, what the AGs do is they redline any of our proposals, and then we sort of go from there. So that was a follow-up from last month's meeting. And so we just wanted to let you know we did complete that follow-up, and thank Craig for assisting with that as well.
Yeah, thank you, Lehua. And being that it just continue to comes to us every year and it doesn't move forward in the ledge, that it just doesn't have teeth for enforcement within the Hawaiian Homestead, and I'm really concerned about that. So you think by shortening this up would would it do? Would it help?
It's really hard to say, Commissioner. We won't know better until, the legislature, all the seats are up for election. So we'll have to see what happens, what leadership looks like, and who gets assigned the committees. We won't know that until later this year. So I think if we can get clarity as to what the commission wants, which is obvious, to increase enforcement on Hawaiian homelands, then we can just take that message to our legislators and just say why this bill is important.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense. And that's truly important to increase enforcement on Hawaiian homelands. We all know the illegal activities that go on, the gambling establishments that never stop. And it's just been difficult for the department to enforce and handle. So absolutely, this bill proposal number 6 is something that is truly an important bill that hopefully the new administration and new elected officials will see and assist the department with pushing this forward. So thank you both, ladies. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Patty. Randy?
Yeah, Lehua, Ariana, mahalo for bringing back the enforcement and compliance bill. I do agree. This is something that is really important for the department, and it does address many years of concerns that come before us by beneficiaries who feel their quality of life is affected in really deep ways because of certain activities. So thank you for bringing it back. I'm glad that the AG has decided it's better to just put it into the HRS, because I think that's a quicker path to getting it done. I'm not, so I do think it is lengthy because it does follow chapter 199, which is a DLNR section. And as a result, I do think it's within the realm of possibility or in trying to become more effective with the bill to consider modifying it. My only caution is not to modify it to the point where we're not as effective as we should be or could be. I also want to revisit the independent councils. So I know, Lehua, this has been an ongoing effort, right, to get council attached to the department.
Correct.
How many years have we been trying to get this done?
So again, I mentioned last month that I used to work for former Senator Colleen Hanabusa, and this was one of her initiatives that she had when she was chair of Water, Land, and Hawaiian Affairs. So that was like in 2000. So yes, Commissioner, it has been a number of years for a number of different reasons. Again, whenever two agencies in the state government are not in agreement, I think it causes pause to the legislature. I also think we need to the Chichel, and I'll take responsibility, do a better job of promoting this bill. Frankly, it was one of the bills I was going to prioritize last year, but when $600 million was on the table, I just shifted my energy and resources to that. So sometimes it's just a matter of, what issues are moving and where we can put our energies to. I think we have every intention of making this a priority. I think this is a great opportunity because we don't know what the makeup of the committees will be. And we definitely know there will be some changes. For example, finance chair is now in an election for another seat, as an example. So those kind of changes give opportunities to educate other legislators about the importance of the measure.
Yeah, thank you, Lehua. And look, we get it. We know that you have a full plate, not an indictment, but just a question about how we might be more effective in the language. And the reason I asked this question, because I think the language is saying the AG should be assigned to the department. And for us and it acknowledges that because sometimes the department is at odds with the AGs. I think that's what is contained in the language. And what it doesn't address is when the commission is at odds with the department. And so we have felt often that in those kinds of conflicts, the commission should have independent counsel.
Yeah.
And so I'm just feeling, I think I get why legislators or AGs oppose this bill, because they're going to say, department, why do you need your own special counsel? We are your counsel. But when it comes to the commission, it's a different argument. You know, we don't have independent counsel, and that's what I'm hoping to achieve. So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Other commissioners, questions?
No, I do. But I thank you, Mr. Awo, for bringing that up. I think that's an important statement when it comes into relating to independent legal counsel. And thank you for expressing that. I know we did have discussion on that. Sad to say that it started back in 2000 during Colleen's time, and it still continued to move on our platform. So hopefully we can work on that proposed bill and make it a little more conducive to move forward in the next leg. So, but just thank you for that statement, Mr. We'll appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Patty. Any other questions? Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to testify on this agenda item, C2? Okay, short, you have 3 minutes. And you have to talk towards the agenda item, okay?
Can you clarify C2 again?
C2 is there's these 10 legislative changes that we want to go to the legislature with. The commission has already passed them. It's gone to governor's office for review, but we're going to approve them going forward again.
Due to the amount of give and take that they are giving you through the legislation, you guys are not being able to do everything that you can do that you're seeing that they're not seeing. We're seeing as a people, and you guys are trying to fight for us, but they are not listening to you. To do an individual board would mean that you guys have stronger backing for the raising the voice against the legislature for the people. Aloha, my name is Kamaili Makekal, and I am here as an heir to Keopuolani, Kalani Helemai Luna, and apparently towards Keanu Sai, the international quotes, and Abigail Kavanana Koa, I don't exist. The money that you guys are trying to get for Hawaiian Homestead and the people, I am the true heir. That money is mine. We do have the money for our people. And I do not have a standpoint of the thumb of America on me. I am a sovereign being. And so due to the C2, what I wanted to say is when it comes to, and let me read again. Where is it? C2. There's just a few questions. Sorry, it's going to take me forever. Where is C2? Okay. So the legislative approach, pre-owned residential on Ohola, Maku'u Farms, and Kawana Subdivision. So these 3 things, those lands for approval of lease award are on lands that are ahupua'a, not ilimoku, and they're undivided interest. That land is not for lease.
Sorry, Ms.
That
Makekal.
land can be given by the land commissioner.
So that's a different item. The item that's before us is C2.
Okay,
And
C2.
So
So the approval of 2023 legislative proposals. So from what I know from the legislation, they operate under United States Code, and Department of Hawaiian Homelands are also a state entity. When it comes down to legislative to state, you are going with Hawaii revised status, but there are an old laws because Hawaii revised status only started in 2007. When it comes down to that, the old laws still apply and trump what is in Hawaii revised status. So when you come to, if you go back to the old laws that is initially reported through King Kamehameha III, Kauikioli, and Kalani Helemai Luna, those are no lien unencumbrances. Those lands and money should be prepared, and the legislation should agree.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Anyone online wishing to testify? No? So all those in favor of approving item C2, say aye.
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 No one opposes. Thank you. You two folks in DC, get some sleep.
Aloha.
Thank you. Aloha.
Ahuiho, mahalo.
Ahuiho. Safe travel. G8.
Shelley, we're gonna move up agenda item F4.
F.
Members of the audience that have been waiting patiently to get to this point.
Aloha Commissioners, item number F4, Kahan Albino, Acting Administrator and Managing Division. Number F4 is for information only, addressing Waiahuli Homesteaders Association out in Waiahuli, Keokea, Maui. I have Shelley Carrera here, who is going to go over some of the information that we've listed. We also have a number of participants from the Waiahuli Association who will be participating also.
Aloha Commissioners. Aloha Commissioners. The Waiahuli Hawaiian Homestead Association, they currently hold a right of entry permit for due diligence purposes related to their We Do project. And so they're conducting a business plan, master plan. So with us today, we have Perry Artades and Bobby Hall presenting their We Do project to you. They have prepared a presentation. Aloha, Honorable Chairman Ayla, Honorable Commissioners. I am Joadi Palinapa Brown, Personnel Assistant, County of Maui Department of Parks and Recreation, as well as a lessee serving as Hawaiian Homesteaders Association's Board Secretary, being a board member for the past 14 years to present. We as homesteaders have witnessed to become reality the dream and vision which Prince Kohio blessed our Kanaka to be self-sustainable. Waiahuli has met many milestones since 2007 to present. I would now like to recognize here in attendance our treasurer, Ernest Kaea Prones, accountant, Maui Health Systems, Alani Artatis, UNAC Administration, Willie Gregg, Hawaii Operating Engineers, Local 3, Sa'afika Foster, teacher, King Kekalike High School, our president, Perry Artatis, and Bobby Hall, our project coordinator. In closing, each one of us wears a kukui natle. For kukui, as we all do know, is a resource not only for food, but for light. We continue to follow this light at the end of Waiahuli's tunnel. We humbly ask for a chance to get there. Mahalo kia kua.
Good afternoon, commissioners, commissioners online. Mahalo for this time. My name is Bob Hall. I've been project manager with the Waiahuli Hawaiian Homestead Association for many years. Watched them do their advancement and grow as a community. and working hand in hand with DHHL on the DHHL programs to achieve community self-sufficiency. I'm here today on their behalf to present the Waihuli Economic Development Opportunities Plan, or acronym WE DO. And if I may guide the PowerPoint, we have a PowerPoint prepared for you folks. It complements the write-up that you have. The write-up has, it has sparse information because we are still working with DHHL in review of the report that we gave them, continuing our due diligence. But in essence, the write-up that you have gives a brief background of what we do intends to do and the history of Waihuli and why we believe Waihuli is in position to make this request. The purpose of today's informational briefing is to introduce to the commission as well as to the general public the Waihuli Economic Development Opportunities Program. We also want to let the commission know, as part of the right of entry process, Waihuli will be requesting a general lease disposition for 65 years in accordance with Section 2042 and 207C of the Hawaii Homes Commission Act, as well as what's been promoted in the DHHL's Kulia Ikanu'u program, which Waihuli has been, part of the initial communities to participate in that. We're here to provide also an update on Waihuli's submission of its deliverables on right of entry number 688. And again, this is a document that's in hand with the DHHL staff. At some point in time, they will be presenting this to you folks, okay? Next slide. The purpose of We Do. It's to provide short and long-term economic opportunities derived from the development of a master plan community. Two parts. We build a master plan community. Waihuli is interested in the jobs that are derived from that. The benefits, it provides community-based jobs. Families can grow and nurture and remain here in Hawaii. I've heard multiple speakers today talk about having to leave, Hawaii because no more jobs, no more homesteads, the cost of living, what have you. This is an opportunity for a community to remain home and work. It advocates for core sector jobs in the development of housing, water, wastewater, and energy. It provides 21st century career path development. Just on those 4 categories above, there's multiple subcategories of employment that can be derived from this initiative. And lastly, it supports entrepreneurial and small business incubation within the Hawaiian homes community. We Do will allow Waihuli to secure and leverage public and private resources to help support the proposed land uses, and in turn, create the economic development model that they're seeking. And lastly, through a public-private partnership, they will work with contractors, professionals, and service providers who are willing to provide training and mentorship in their fields of expertise, which will help them move through and seek employment within the community. Next slide, please. Brief history of Waihuli. You have this in your handout. It was established in 1999. It received its 501c3 designation in 2005. In 2007, the Department of Hawaiian Homeless provided DHHL with a 5-acre disposition, which later was increased to 17 acres, and that is under license number 695. And Waihuli has, since 2010, participated in all the development planning for Keokea Waihuli Regional Plan. 2 of the priority projects was to develop a community facility, also the development of a water resource. That's from 2010. Next slide, please. Fast forward, since 2010, Waihuli has been able to secure $4.2 million in grant and aid funds and from the department to take on their community initiatives, development of a community center. 90% of the money that Waihuli had is not from DHHL. It was able to develop that community plan, the kitchen, amphitheater, comfort station, community garden, Alehalavai, open park terrace. Waihuli took this on as their community. They had a lot of support and help from DHHL in the first disposition of land, as well as all the training and programs that DHHL offered at that time through Kulia Ikanu'u and the grants program. Waihuli, through their development process, were able to create mentoring partnership with the project contractors and the professionals, resulting in a 3-to-1 leveraging. In other words, if they got $1 million from the ledge, the work that they were able to do to complement that $1 million probably ended up with a $1.5 million building. That's what Waihuli's been doing. Next slide, please. The initiative, Waihuli Economic Development Opportunity, started in 2018 when the Waihuli board convened in their community center and they decided to pursue something bigger. Everyone in the community was talking about how they hate to see their kids move, stay on the mainland, cannot come home, cannot afford, no more job. Waihuli wanted to do something about that. They prepared a plan for a land disposition. They submitted that to the commission for consideration in 2018. They did beneficiary consultation to the larger community in May 2019, which the commission accepted the consultation findings. In August of 2019, they got a right of entry approval, actually right here in Lahaina, for 150 acres to conduct due diligence to see the possibility of Project Redo. Knowing that the project was going to take money, they went to the state legislature and advocated for and received an $80 million special purpose revenue bond to develop housing. Lastly, in June of this year, we did our initial presentation, and myself and President Perrier taught this to top administration and DHHL to let them know that this is coming for the commission's consideration. Next slide, please. So briefly, you want to go over the redo plan. Next slide. First of all, it ties into the right of entry deliverables, which calls for submission of a master plan, submission of a business plan, compliance of the Chapter 343 requirements, and submission of a biannual progress reports to DHHL. Waihuli has completed 3 of the 4 and is still pending the environmental review. So that's the last step we understand based on the guidelines for us to complete our due diligence for right of entry and then seek general lease disposition. We've also conducted site assessments with our consultant, PBR Hawaii. We were able to assess the land, the topography at a high level, and what it could support. We have history on the culture and demographics. We even have history on the art sites of this particular parcel. So the association has been able to do a lot of its own due diligence to be prepared for questionings from DHHL. Next slide, please. During our due diligence process, particular findings of note, we were able to conduct a water study, high level. We understand that there is sufficient water to support the proposed conceptual plan. There's a test well within the 150 acres, and based on the findings of the tests conducted to date and the hydrologist study, we understand that there is enough water to support it. The topography and drainage of the property, it's further down the hill from the Kula Highway, so it starts to kind of taper off. So the terrain is not as severe for construction. It's still rock. It's still about 15% grade, but it's not the 30% grade that you face at a higher elevation. So we believe the cost to develop this is within reason. Lastly, there's been many studies conducted around Waihuli and Waihuli. We believe that the ARC sites there that are of most concern when you do a development has pretty much been identified, and we're ready to kind of factor that in when we do our environmental work. Next slides, please. This slide was presented during beneficial consultation in 2018. It shows the vision of Waihuli. It earmarks 150 acres of land right next door to the community center. It highlights potential land uses, all within DHHL's planning and proposed land uses. Note that there's proposals for residential, ag lots, energy production, water resource, kupuna, and even some small commercial. This is what was shared with the general public back in 2018, 2019. Next slide, please. This is a high-level topo of the area. The darker greens have more, severe slopes, but the more lighter greenish yellow are kind of flat. So that's what I'm saying. If you look at the general contour, it tends to level off, making this a potential site for development. And next slide, please. This is Waiahuli's vision. What you see in the middle is the conceptual plan. What you see around it is what Waiahuli sees. The jobs that can be derived from developing that conceptual plan. That 150 acres becomes a campus of learning. Learning how to build houses, learning how to build streets, learning how to build centers, learning how to manage infrastructure, learning how to do all that, potential jobs. That's what Waiahuli sees. How are we going to do all this, you ask? We have a business plan presentation, but just on this alone, you can see the potential economic opportunities, long-term energy, agricultural technology, kupuna care. Just providing the house by itself is great, but you have management, you have healthcare, you have all of the services that comes with that. Those are all potential careers that Waiahuli is looking at. And those are all community-based careers that they would like to have a chance to do. Next slide, please. This is a quick, guideline of what Waiahuli is trying to do through its strategy. You basically have a community building communities. Starting off on the left-hand side, you have specific land uses. They will be working, through a public-private partnership and teaming partners, which are trade people, businesses, Maui-based companies that actually do things. Is going to be helping to mentor the Waiahuli as they provide the work. We're going to establish housing development program, and eventually it'll create community-based jobs. Same thing for civil construction, same thing for financing. Every single component of development is a potential for work that Waiahuli is advocating for. Excellent.
Hold on a second. So those that are on the internet connection, can you please mute? Okay. Mahalo, Chair. Next slide, please. And these are some short-term and long-term examples of what we're talking about. For development of housing infrastructure, immediately you have short-term planning, design, engineering, survey jobs. But on long-term, you could have rental manager service, elderly managers service, PV solar management, kupuna center care. The list goes on, and this is the vision. Next slide. Same thing with ag development. Potentially, you can have what's on the left in the picture. It can create, training, ag assistance, marketing, small business support. Next slide, please. Same thing with communities, resource development and spaces. And on the right-hand side, you can see the potential job opportunities that can create. Next slide, please. And same thing with the basic energy, water, and wastewater needs. Those all have short-term potential as well as long-term. Next slide. The coordination of taking those pictures and putting them into motion will require a partner specializing in economic development. Waiahuli has identified a few of those to assist us in creating the economic development plan, the job assessment, the job placement, and all of that. Waiahuli was able to receive a grant for $170,000 out of this year's past legislative session, specifically to fund that and to pay for that effort. Again, that's not DHHL money. Yeah. Next slide, please. Our business plan that is being submitted to the department itemizes all of the proposed land use that you saw. We have a rough order of magnitude of cost for development, both civil and vertical. Roughly the civil cost is about $270,000 per lot based on the sizes that you folks are building now. So it's comparable. And
The house prices, well, if you go in turnkey, it could go anywhere from high 3s to low 4s. Based on material alone, it's ridiculous, yeah. But the options for what to build hasn't been decided. Again, sound like a broken record, but why Huli's interest is in the jobs that this will create. That the vehicle will create the jobs for Waihuli. Sources of funding. Immediately, we have available to us a special purpose revenue bond that we can monetize. We're in discussions with DHHL, figuring out the debt service on that. We've also identified and are applying for specific Biden infrastructure money, federal money, that we understand can be, could possibly be earmarked for specific communities. And we're advocating for that. We're looking at a business plan that will include multiple phasing, depending on the funding resource. We provided an expense and income budget as required to the staff that they're reviewing right now. And we have a list of key partners committed to this project. Again, because of the for information nature of this and our NDAs with our partners, I'm not at liberty to publicly share that, but just know that almost all of them are Maui based. Almost all of them, you folks, Department of Hawaiian Homelands has worked with, and all of them are reputable, and all of them are committed to helping mentor this community, to the fullest extent possible. We don't expect them, to avert the hiring and labor laws. They have to do that. But to the fullest extent possible, we want them to provide mentorship and training. And where needed, consider Waihuli people to work. We know that within the next 2 to 3 years, because of all the money that can be on the street from both the federal government and the state government and DHHL's money, not going to have workers. So workers going to be very selective of where they want to work. We're advocating for let them work in their community with this venture. Let the people live and work where they want, where they are. Just a few more slides, Commissioner. Biannual reporting, Waihuli has, I guess on time submitted all of their reports as required for this ROE. The last one was pretty much an oral report, which we did in June 2022 when we presented the first draft of this to the DHHL administration. Oh, before we move, I want to point out that the right of entry for Waihuli will be expiring. The first 36 months expires in January of 2023. If we are still in the due diligence process, we will probably be trying to come to you folks either in December or January for consideration for an extension of that. The contract does allow for 2 one-year extensions. We would want to exercise that if we need to. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the only thing that we haven't completed as far as the due diligence is the Chapter 343 or the environmental compliance. Waihuli was following a model set up through Department's Kulia I Kanu'u program, which goes back to 2010, 2013. I don't know if you guys was even around, but anyway, it's been that long since they were following. And the department's practice before was they issued general lease commitments to Homestead organizations, then called for them to do the environmental work after the lease was issued. So we mistakenly assumed that that was going to be the same case in this one, not knowing that there's a difference in process. So we still have to finish that component. If we knew otherwise, we would have finished this before coming to the commission, but we want to let you know now. We anticipate that's going to be about a 9-month process. Our consultant, PBR Hawaii, has done multiple environmental assessments in the area. And because they've done multiple, they have a library of information and facts that we hope to use and kind of shorten the process on how long it takes to do. Okay. Next slide, please. So the next step for Waihuli is, again, to complete its due diligence discussion with DHHL. And if need be, exercise this extension clause if we go beyond January. Waihuli is intending on seeking a land disposition. We're hoping to finish our conversations and recommendations with the staff at DHHL so that we can appear before you in November of this year for a preliminary general lease consideration. This doesn't mean we have a general lease, but it is a strong intent that the commission will show to support this endeavor. And that'll help us, get everything else in position. And lastly, as I just mentioned, we still need to complete the chapter 343 in order to get the full general lease disposition consideration. I want to turn this over to our president, Mr. Prioritization.
I wasn't planning on saying anything. You took the words right out of my mouth. Anyway, again, Chairman Hyla and Commissioners, I'm very grateful for giving us this opportunity if it comes to pass. And when I was sitting in the background, because that's how my mind works. I don't prepare anything unless what the men tell me to say. But anyway, now I cannot see. Yeah, my name is Prioritization, president of Waikapu Homesteads. Yep, there's only a title of being a president. And the way it works is that when you become a leader within your community, you all on the above. You first respond. You act in a case where the police and firemen's careers. You want psychologists. You want brother. You want uncle. You want maintenance. You want janitor. As well as all the bad names they talk and say about you. You all of those. So our presentation here gives us some destination that we can assure our Homestead community can be, will be able to take care, as we all know, the future generations of our communities. That's what we want. Our time ticking. And when I say the time ticking is because sometimes I forget a lot. We're all getting there. And all of us will get there if we're not there already. So this will kind of help, like when we say, well, kupuna. The kupuna needs some place for stay because I don't want to be buried someplace. So let me be buried right on my island. I'll be taken care of on my island. I want to see my grandchildren grow up on the land where they were blessed with. See, I scribble all over this paper. But I'm going to close for now. For now, until the next time. All our homesteads communities will benefit from this economic development, whether in the construction trades, whether you're in archaeological studies, and so forth. But we leave you with this PowerPoint presentation to digest, to dissect, and determine as we continue to communicate with each other. I all bow. Any questions?
Go ahead.
Hey, mahalo for being here today. I want to start by saying, for those of us who are familiar with Waikapu Homestead Association, we are well acquainted with your achievements. We know that you will deliver on what you say you will. I look at the proposal, there's nothing I don't like about it. I get it. But I think what I would like to do is drill down where I think we are currently at. We are not in decision-making, but I think it warrants a discussion. So what I see being asked here is the hope is to get a long-term disposition with a commitment to doing the EA later. Is that what's in front of us?
What I mentioned, Commissioner, Owo, thank you for the question. What we're familiar with what the department used to do maybe 10 years ago. We understand that now the practice is for organizations who are going through a right of entry and are requesting land disposition need to complete Chapter 343 prior to any land disposition. We understand that now. So our intent is to complete that. What we're hoping for, because the department has mentioned this to us, is that we can achieve a preliminary lease, general lease award, which is basically a pledge or a strong support and advocacy on the commission's part that they like what they see. We want you to continue what we're doing, and if you finish these things and perhaps maybe more items that we come up through discussion, then yeah, we'll give you the general lease. That's what we're prepared to do.
Okay, so I just need further clarification. So I'm hearing two things. So in the past, under the Kulia model, I think what I'm hearing is organizations were granted a long-term disposition pending the outcome of finalizing an EA. Is that what's being said?
I personally know 2 organizations that did that.
Okay. Yeah. So is it your hope to revert back to that model, or just to make us aware of what it was like in the past?
We would love to get a general lease in our hands sooner than later.
Okay.
Yes, so the answer is yes, we would, if there was within the commission's discretion to revert back to that process, if that's within your jurisdiction, we would want that. We would want a general lease disposition, not preliminary, sooner than later.
So is that the ask, or is it, so that's something you would like? Is that the ask, or are you satisfied with the commitment from the department to give preliminary approval as a verbal commitment to supporting you? Because that's what I'm seeing here in this proposal.
Okay, thank you. And I'm speaking freely, so I'm not trying to, over persuade a commission, but we would prefer to ask for a general lease disposition now. Okay. We would want to have the same opportunities that the 2 other homestead organizations had in 2010 to get the general lease. But before you move forward with anything else, finish your environmental work. And at that time, when they finished the environmental work, the department restarted the general lease term, the 65-year term started. That was done before. If policies change, if this body changed the policy, then we're obligated to follow the policy. But if it's within this body's discretion to offer the general lease to us now, we'll take it.
Okay, I think I hear what you're saying. But we do have a practice since I've been here, which is to do the EA first. That's the current practice, and that's been the standard for everybody since I've been here. So that's the crossroads that we are currently at. So I just wanted to point that out.
And if I may, Commissioner, I don't know if it's a crossroads. It's just a matter of, okay, if that's what we need to do, then that's what we'll do.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Randy. Patty?
Yeah, hi, aloha, and thank you for the presentation. I just received a 1-pager, so I kind of enjoyed your slide information. There was a lot more information provided from your slide. compared to my one pager. Is there any possibility that information submittal that you folks had on your slide can be provided? Because I would like to have a hard copy and look at that much more thoroughly. This one pager really didn't cover as much. So if that's possible, that would be great. Are you, I guess my question is, are you in a due diligence mode, your nonprofit, moving forward to get the preliminary general lease disposition?
If I may, the answer is yes. Ever since we received the right of entry back in 2019,
correct,
that put us in a due diligence process.
Correct.
And the department's requirement, for fulfilling the right of entry had those steps. Conceptual
Correct.
plan, business plan, da, da, da. So that's what we've been doing since the issue. Now, we had a hard time because of COVID. I mean, we had to shut down almost half of the 3 years because we couldn't do much. But nonetheless, we pretty much, with the exception of the environmental work, have turned everything in.
And then I know made mention, the ROE expiration date is right around, I guess, December 31st, 2022. So January 2023, I think in your conversation was either to move forward on another ROE or moving forward in November to do a full presentation to obtain a preliminary general lease disposition. Is that correct? Did I hear that correct?
Yeah, if I can clarify that, Commissioner, we're hoping to be able to make the November meeting up in Kula to have consideration from you folks for a preliminary general lease approval. If we have that, I don't know if we would need a right of entry extension.
Yeah.
I leave that up to the department. But yeah, or if not, if that doesn't occur, then yes, we would need to at least get one of the 2 years extended on our right of entry.
Okay. And then lastly is that I was reading just my one pager, the past performance. So you already have a certified commercial kitchen, recreation, agricultural, community center. So these are your past success that you already have that was listed here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's correct.
Okay. Wow. That's pretty nice that you have that moving forward. I mean, so you started this one
And
in. Go ahead.
If I may, Commissioner, what's significant about that is the effort that Waihuli put in, to achieve that. They basically went to the Capitol and got their own GIAs to fund that in pieces, and they had a lot of coaching from the DHHL staff to the CLIA program.
Yeah, yeah.
And because of that, they were able to hire local contractors and they were able to leverage the end result by jumping in with the contractor and helping them dig the trench. It's basically how they were able to enhance and do what they have.
Yeah, and I commend you for moving forward to getting I understand in your presentation that no funds came out of DHHL. All your funds were obtained.
No, we had 10%.
Oh, you had 10%. Oh, okay. Kalamai then. But most of your funds came from the LEDGE, GIA, and other resources then.
Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Patty, thank you. We will get you the copy of the presentation. It also sounds like a lot of the funds came through sweat equity.
Thank you, sir.
William.
In those projects.
Sorry, I have a couple questions for either Kahana or Shelley.
Sure.
Yep. So, Kahana, Shelley, thank you for making yourselves available. I do have a question. I'm looking under the category next steps. And I think what you're saying in this section is that you support a preliminary approval of a long-term disposition. Is that what you're saying in here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And again, what Bobby had mentioned, if I may, sorry, conducting and finishing up, finalizing that EA was one of the guidelines or points that they had to accomplish, given the right of entry. That was one of the conditions that they had to do. And I understand they're going through it. They haven't finished it yet, but you know, considering them for a preliminary as far as they got already, I mean, there still need to be some work that needs to be done. You know, we're in support of preliminary.
So there's two things. There's the hope of a long term, but I think what I'm hearing, they support the preliminary long term. The preliminary approval of a long-term disposition. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
From both groups?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You get, if you guys can stay there, but I was gonna ask Stuart if you can come up too. Because I'm trying to understand, and great presentation. You guys doing awesome stuff, full support. But on the, you know, the schematic that showed the breadth of all the things that this group is doing, they showed the parcel, I think it was 150 acres, housing, and then all the surrounding economic development and community stuff. So the economic and community stuff, that's LMD, right? That's your guys' kuleana.
Correct.
And then, do I understand right? Does this organization also participate in the development of the housing at this project? Or is that just a you know, Hawaiian Homes and we have contractors that we?
That's the proposal, I believe.
Right, it would be the developments.
So there's currently no, we're not in the ground at, in this.
No.
Not in that portion. of
Yeah.
the Hulu.
Not at that
Other
point right now.
portions.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe that's, so, but other portions, we're already in the ground.
Just that community
Build.
portion.
I should go look. I should- But that's why I don't know. So this is the like phase 4 or something of that.
So Stuart, what other developments does the department have in that area? in Waiakea, separate from this proposed development?
Okay, currently, we are constructing Waiahuli Phase 2A. We're waiting for some county and state approvals to break ground on that project. That's 76 lots, I believe. And then we also have another Phase 2B, which is in design right now.
Okay.
We'll go out to bid next year.
And those projects are within our strategic plan that we put together.
Those are not within
those
our
are not?
strategic
Okay.
plan because they are awarded lots under the UI program.
Okay.
And it's also in a different area from the Waiahuli Association's proposal.
So the association's proposal, 150 acres, is that right? What am I? But then you do the housing on that 150 acre, that's part of it.
Correct. So the unique partners that we have all construction development background.
Okay.
So they would be the ones to prepare the campus, get all that ready, and then all of economic opportunities and derive from that, all the training, all the learning we conduct simultaneously.
Does the association become the Homestead Association for all the phases, all the communities, or only the 150 acre that you guys,
Just for this area.
just for that area? So the 2A and 2B that you mentioned, that's up to those folks to organize and if they want to.
That is correct.
Okay. And I'm sure you guys willing to mentor and Pokua would, okay.
And there is still need to be further discussion in regards to homestead development, because as you guys are aware, LMD land is more for revenue type generation, yeah. So
Well, I saw on one of the slides, there was the word mercantile. And we hear that a lot in different contexts. But is that mercantile for you folks? It's the job development, the workforce development,
It could be all. It
All that
hasn't
kind
been
of stuff.
fully defined, but it could be all.
that's the economic development piece of it.
Besides the ongoing jobs, that in itself is the economic development piece for the community. You could have a long-term economic development center, which could be mercantile, which could be just a development center. That's all to be determined. Market's gonna drive that.
Okay. Mahalo. And thank you for educating me.
May I add a comment for the commission? So I am really curious on what the water development program will be. And that we have in LDD right now and in conjunction with planning, looking at other water sources for the upcountry area. Because as you know, we have 5,000 acres there. So we need to start really thinking about that. And we would be more than happy to collaborate with the resources that the community has and with what we currently have. Because it's going to be it's good for all of Waiahuli and the future. I just want to add that. Mahalo for that, Chair.
So Stuart, sorry, you were getting ready to be. But when you talk about water development, it's going to pique my interest. So, so are you saying that given what Waiahuli is prepared to do in developing a water source, you would like to know more about that and how we might partner or tap into that to expand water to other parts of our land? Is that what is in your thought process?
Exactly,
Okay.
Commissioner. Yeah.
In your dream state, what would that look like?
You know, right now we have an agreement with the county for 500,000 gallons of source. We have utilized roughly, I would think about 2/3 of that, maybe more. We have, besides the Waiahuli undivided interest area, there's about, let me see, 71, about 200 more lots that we have in UI development. Okay. And so I think the current resource that we have, the agreement which we have, will pretty much exhaust everything that we have currently planned for. So that's why I say I think there's maybe an opportunity to work with our planning office, look at EMI sources, look at additional well sources, including where Waiahuli Association is looking at. They're kind of smack in the middle. And so I think we need to look at other opportunities just for the long term of development of Waiahuli, way beyond me.
Okay, thank you, Stuart.
Can I go?
Other commissioners, any more questions?
Yes. First of all, thank you for the presentation. You know, it's very exciting when we see, you know, Hawaiians come together in this type of an entity and thinking about our youth, what we're doing in the future, jobs, economic opportunities for them. And this is the full package. And it's very, very impressive. So we wish you well as you move forward. We look forward to working with you in the future as well. Thank you.
You, Dennis. You have a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi, guys. I know you guys probably don't like me, but I am one of the original landowners of Keokea Waiahuli. I have done the assessment. I have walked every square foot of this land. I know of the pu'us, 2 of them on there. And I was a hui, the hui sold to a large shareholder, Kaonolu Ranch, with Uncle Thomas DeQuay. My question to you guys is are you aware that the underground pu'us of the flowing water that flows from the top of the mountain to Kaho'olawe, that it is unstable, that it does not hold, and that it is in a flood zone, and a very gnarly volcanic flood zone, and that the plant down there is an electromagnetic frequency that is defaulting and spreading radiation towards up Waiahuli Keokea. Also, my question is the environmental impact of the things that are over there. And then, it's my favorite place on the island. I used to go there all the time, but I saw your guys' kalo plan, and I know our Hawaiians need homes.
Okay.
But I'm not trying to make problems. I gave Ulupalakua and the Erdmans the lease, my family. They did a third-party venture to Rose Ranch, which was an illegal sale because you cannot do a lease on a leasee. But my question is, why do you guys try to get a lease from people who don't own the land? And you're standing here looking at the last crown that will give you the land for the people.
All right, I'm gonna have to stop you there because they can't answer the question. We're the only ones that can answer the question, and we believe at this time that we own the land. Okay, so that's a jurisdictional issue, and I think we have this conversation before. So there is a venue for this. The venue for a jurisdictional issue like this is the land court in Hawaii.
I have all the pala in my truck.
We're not the land court. So all of your
I'm
questions.
not trying to fight the
No,
Erdmans.
all of your
Auntie
questions.
Betsy, she gave me a job.
And all of the testimony that you're going to give, okay? Land court, that's where those
I'm not trying to
discrepancies
fight.
go.
I'm just trying to say that the land there is very unstable for the Hawaiians to live. There's a geothermal energy, and when the
So
water
we-
is flowing,
so
it
you
is
gotta talk to-
dangerous for
you
the
gotta
people.
Talk to us, but that's the purpose of the environmental impact statement or the environmental assessment. To answer. They have, so no one, so hang on a second, no one hasn't been done to our satisfaction. Okay? Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, this was for informational only, so I appreciate all you folks spending the time with us this morning. And the Commission will certainly take into consideration what you've said as well as the staff's preliminary recommendation at this point. We will be in touch.
So I think I have to come look next time we're here in November. Yeah, so
We'll be up that side.
I'm gonna call Sa. Sa was one of I coach him high school football. So I'm gonna call him for a tour. My God.
And a statement like that is usually followed by no pressure, right? So, all right. Okay, so thank you. You're gonna step for the next agenda item?
Yeah.
4 days. Also for informational.
Yep. Again, Commissioners, item number F5 is for an information only submittal agenda item. I have some members or a member from Prince Kuhio Mall also. But for all intents and purposes, the information is to bring you guys some information in regards to the implementation of Act 236 and request for extension of General Lease number 202. Some of the background information that I have here. The purpose of this informational briefing is to provide the Hawaiian Homes Commission with one background regarding the department's implementation of Act 236, 2021, and 2, General Lease 202's request for lease extension. So I have a chronology of events that in regards to the Act 236 listed there, and you can see that Exhibit A and in Exhibit B and C, Mr. Kea from Prince Kuhio Mall will come up and do a short presentation. I also had listed some of the salient facts of the current general lease and where it's at right now. Okay. Again, this is Mr. Daniel Kea, who's the general manager for Prince Kuhio Mall, General Lease 202.
Hello, Chair. Hello, Commission. Thank you for allowing me to talk with you guys today about our general lease. Next to me, I also have Makanalani Guillermo. She's a property managing associate on our property. So she handles a lot of my specialty leases. She handles a lot of our events and stuff. She's here in case you guys also had questions about that. You guys should have a packet with all of our information. Is that correct? Correct. So I'll go through some of it. Obviously, I don't want to go through the whole thing because I know it's a lot of information. But previously, since 2012, the previous owners of the mall, which was still my company, but General Growth Properties initially was working with DHHL to do a lease extension. And at that time, they had made some significant investments on the basis of getting a lease extension. So if you look at the packet, it'll show that from 2017 to 2021, we've already done about $19 million of development and spending on improving the property. We are asking for a 40-year lease extension. With that, we understand with the act and stuff that will require another 30% investment. Included in our packet, you'll see that we have another $14.5 million in investment development plans that are based to cover that. That's actually about 36% of what we assess the value of the property. I know DHHL is still going to do their own assessment. We understand that that number may change, so we understand that. But we already have some development plans ready to go, and it is based on the lease extension being granted. Moving forward, so looking at the PowerPoint presentation that's there. So Prince Ku'io Plaza, obviously named after the founder of Hawaiian Homelands, but it's more than just a shopping center. It's a community center. It's being that it's the only enclosed shopping center on the island of Hawaii. It represents a gathering place and kind of a community center. As far as events and stuff go, we do pre-pandemic. So she can tell you because she does all the events, but we used to do probably about 70 plus events throughout the year. You know, and supporting people like our Kapuna groups gives them a place to perform. So every month we had two different Kapuna groups that perform in our mall. They do, I don't want to say almost kind of kapila, but they do entertainment, they dance, they sing, they do different types of entertainment. So it really is a community place. On their presentation, you'll see that it also talks about the financials for the mall. So just fiscally for Department of Hawaiian Homelands, based on the 2020 annual report from DHHL, our lease represents 10% of the income generated for DHHL on Hawaii Island as a total. So our one lease is 10% of the income that they generate off their lease lands. Not only that, and that's besides the point, because we still do a ton of just for taxes for the state as well as the county, and more importantly, the jobs that we create. So if you consider us as a single entity, we are one of the largest employers on the island of Hawaii, period. More so than the hotels and all that. And just because the amount of jobs we provide, and I will say almost all of those jobs are from the entire community around the area. We don't really have very many people that come from anywhere else except for the area within Hilo and the general vicinity. So up come on Kilkaha, Paniava, and it's really about our areas where the majority of all of our employees come from. That being said, it's one of the biggest economic drivers of Hilo in general. So fiscally, there's a huge burden there that we take care of and to help the people. Community events, going back to some of the community events, but it also allows a lot of community events to happen around our mall. We do a lot of, especially like charities. We do for universities. So we have the Daniel K. Inouye Health Fair, which allows them to get information to the community, allows them to, it allows them a venue to get information out to the public and all the communities. Other ones we do is we used to do the Aloha United Ways Walk, the breast cancer. In fact, we're doing an event in October for the breast cancer awareness, where we're giving out, our corporate works with a lot of charities and stuff. Our corporate is basically giving 150 bags worth about what, 300? Oh, it's up to like $600 now for our breast cancer survivors and stuff. So we do a lot of those type of events. We were one of the first places the county did their COVID testing when COVID first came about. We're also one of the mainstays for vaccinations and stuff when those first came around. So we do a lot of community stuff and a lot of community events just to help the area in general. So if you look at the presentation, going through the slideshow and stuff, we've also taken a lot of money and invested in capital and just improved the property. So if you look at the PowerPoint that we have, you'll see, oh, they have it up. So you'll see like the before and after of what we've done in a lot of the different areas throughout the mall. So part of that investment from 2017 to 2021, we did a full renovation of the mall. So we've taken kind of an older, outdated mall, we've updated it, we've redone all the flooring, redid the pillars and stuff, the columns. And so we've made significant improvements. On top of that, we've also brought in a lot of different companies. One of the big ones is when Kilo Hattie's left, we redeveloped that entire building. So we tore that down and actually put up a new building because that building had issues with the roof and stuff. So we're always making improvements in our property. And I want to say something nice about our company, because I will tell you that I've worked for a lot of companies. This is one of the few companies I've ever worked for that truly put money back into the properties. And for me personally, it's one of the few that allowed a part Hawaiian like myself to become the head of it. Don't usually see that very often, so that one kind of hits home for me. Proud to say that our staff, I can say, are all part Hawaiians. My father is not a beneficiary. He does qualify, though. He is a 3/4 Hawaiian. Her family as well. So just looking at it from that point of view, it's important for us to get this lease as far as being able to do more investment into the property. What happens right now is with the limited term that we have, it's harder for us to do large investments. It also is harder for us to bring in large retailers that need to do huge property improvements. So when most of the large retailers, when they come in, if they're going to do several millions of dollars of investment to build a portion or something, they want to be able to amortize that across multiple years. With a limited lease, we're not able to do that, which is why we're asking for the 40-year extension. Other than that, I don't think I have anything else. If you guys have questions for me, I'd be happy to answer any questions I can.
Commissioners? Questions?
I know it's a huge presentation. I apologize. I was trying to keep me under the 10 minutes. So.
Yeah, maybe, Chair, I have a couple questions. Yeah. So, and I sort of briefly went through this, a lot of documents go through, but it seems like the requirement is a substantial improvement to the property. And then we can consider this lease extension.
Mm-hmm.
What is your plans for improvement? What type of stuff are you looking at? Have you
So
thought that process out yet?
if you open that packet, there's a development plan on there, which includes about $14 million. Let me pull it up for you. So going through that, so construction build out of tenant spaces and stuff. Oh, this wasn't, I apologize. It was in the packet I sent, but it's not in your guys' packet. I have a development
As you
plan.
see, I'm looking at this sort of blind.
And
So I apologize.
We'll make sure that the commissioners get all of that information.
So about 9 million of it is in construction, build out of tenant spaces. There's a new,
Inline spaces or outlier spaces. Sorry, Dan.
sorry, Russell. So this would be tenant spaces, and most of these are in line. I was going to say, but a big part of the construction thing they're looking at is if the lease thing goes through. We currently have, and it's not a vacant space because Sears still pays us for the building, so I'm still leasing it. If this lease extension goes through, we're going to try to get that back, and we're probably going to redevelop that entire side of the mall. So they've had development plans to redo an entrance and all that, add some green areas to it, as well as a small set of shops. But it's basically taking what's already there, adding some green space and a new entranceway. And so that's a couple $1 million just right there.
So for us mall developers, what's in line versus the opposite?
In line would mean that it's within, so if you've been to our mall, there's a primary building. Inline spaces, anything where you're walking inside the mall and you see those spaces, those are all inline. Out
Okay.
parcels would be like, when we did the Hattie building, it's a separate building that's kind of an out parcel.
Okay.
So those are considered art parcels. And so the second item on our development plan is a restaurant out parcel. And so that would be for a tenant that we currently have lined up, but because the funding for it is like 3 million to build that out parcel, it's on hold until we have a little more knowledge on what's gonna happen with our lease.
Are you, are you looking at, what other anchor tenants are you looking at? Are there any other big box anchor tenants you're looking at bringing into the wall?
We are not looking at bringing any big boxes currently. Space-wise, the only larger tenant we have is a possible fitness tenant. But it would only be about 15, maybe 20,000 square feet.
I see.
Whereas most of our anchors are 50,000 plus.
Right. So that Sears space, that, what's
The Sears space is 75,000 square feet,
75,000?
which is definitely one of our largest tenants. But when they left the islands, they didn't leave us the space, they just kept paying for it. I'm assuming they try to sublease it, or to force us to buy it back from them. Because
Sounds familiar. Same thing, Kmart did
Yeah,
in
exactly.
Hawaii and held on to it until Target did it. But, so what's the plan for that space? I mean, 75,000 square feet. That's
So actually,
could
we were
bring in a
talking
pretty
about,
good-sized tenant.
because the roof is so bad on that, we've done developmental plans to actually tear down that section and actually rebuild a new entrance over there, adding some green space, because most of our mainland malls have kind of gone to more of a green area, a little more for, so people can community gather and stuff. So we'd add some green space over there, tear down that building, and redo the entrance on that side of the mall.
Very good. All right, thank you. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, Dennis. Mike?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Daniel and Makana, for presentation. I just wanted to just let everyone know I did spend some time meeting with Daniel and Makana previously, just to get discussions going on this. And I just want to say they're doing a great job here at Briscoe Hill. There are a couple of things, Chair, I think we got to sort through here on the like the benefits part, right? So that's one thing we got to do, that's internally. The 100K part, but it's not to be decided now. But I did want to ask something on Act 36. So this is separate from the presentation. Kahana, is there any discussion about Act 36 and the implementation? Are we going to talk more about that? I'm just curious.
Not more information on that. I just wanted to provide you guys the verbiage and language.
Okay.
What was provided. So with that being said, also, we have not gotten any response yet from Department of Interior. We understand that our AG's office are of the opinion that we do not need concurrence from DOI because it's an amendment to the revised statute 171. It is not an amendment to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act.
Okay. All right. So yeah, because I was reading through and it talks about the BLN, the Board of Land and Natural Resources, having the ability to extend leases. So has that also been I didn't read all the way through all the other stuff, but has that decision-making extension for leases been passed on to the commission also?
Yeah, so in regards to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, Section 204 always reverts Hawaiian Homes Commission back to Chapter 171 in regards to the process of issuing a general lease.
Okay, so regardless that Act 236 states BLNR,
correct,
it also allows for the commission to make decide on extensions.
Correct.
Okay. That was the main things I wanted to mention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Yep.
Russell?
Chair, if I could just mention, so, I mean, I'm in favor of us kind of pushing the envelope on this one as far as the extension that's sought on the lease. I think if it's, if we got in our council to advise that we don't need to seek the Department of Interior approval or consent, then I think that we move forward for our own reasons. And I think our own reasons is this particular property being one of the ones that's identified for commercial development and highest and best use. We have the highest and best user on board already. You know, we talk about wanting to be more professional in our management of our commercial leases, and we want credit tenants. This is a credit tenant, and they have credit tenants themselves. They have credit, you know, lessees that populate their center. So I think, you know, this falls in line with what I've been advocating for. So I'd be in favor of us being a little bit bold on this one and seeing what we can do. Thank you.
Russell.
And again, this would be the first one that we would venture and chum the waters, if anything.
There are others that
Oh.
are looking at this also,
Yes.
which is fine.
Chair.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, sorry. When Kahana mentioned that, it reminded me of one more thing I wanted to ask. So when we talk about implementation of Act 236, is this the first lease that we're implementing on it?
Yes, this is.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. Thank you, Kahana.
Yep.
It's also the first one that we anticipate getting an application for shortly, right? If we don't have one yet. So that's why we're acting on this.
Yeah, Chair, there's not a little bit, but there's risk that this tenant, this user is taking, because the fact that we have a position that we're going to assert to grant an extension. In theory, that could be challenged at some point, but we have a user who is saying, I'm willing to put money down to preserve and to assert this benefit.
Yes.
So,
and do the necessary appraisal that we need to do, all of that stuff. So
hopefully that gives incentive to the others who may come along, who arguably aren't going to be as well-heeled as these folks are.
Thank you, Russell. I would agree in terms of the briefing that we received. I think it was 2 commission meetings ago, or maybe 1, about the trustee relationship of trying to get the highest and best use on all of our. I think it's a timely discussion, and we will have that discussion. I can assure you with everyone else.
So for the commissioner's information, also, this item will probably come up next month on HELO for approval.
That is the intent.
I had a clarification, Russell. You made a statement of Department of Interior. What does Department of Interior has to do with this? In your conversation?
Yeah, I'm gonna let Kahana answer that one.
Okay, the Department of Interior. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
No, because I don't know if you guys had this little discussion prior, so I want to ask you why you brought up that code, Department of Interior, and then the second one was let's push what envelope. I'm questioning you why your statement was push an envelope and a Department of Interior.
Okay, so there is a different section, not the one that's going to be created by this law. There's a different section, section 171.36, that was amended 2 years ago.
Yes.
So that section specifically limits general leases to 65-year terms. What happened is that the legislature amended it to allow for an aggregate of 75 years, basically allowing for 10 more years on general leases. DOI took a look at this bill and said, well, for DHHL to use it, regardless of the fact that this was actually an amendment to Chapter 171, not the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, DOI said it's subject to our concurrence. that basically in order for DHHL to use 171.36 as amended, it needed to go to Congress for concurrence. We disagreed with that. We think that's honestly not right. I was going to use a different term, but I realize this is a public forum. So that is what the reference to DOI means. As far as this goes, I was just researching, this may have passed without DOI realizing that it's actually allowing for much longer than 75 years. There are different conditions in the way that it's drafted, right? So it's not just a road extension. There has to be a approval of a development agreement proposed by the leasee or developer for substantial improvements to the existing improvements. So it's not just a general leasee coming and asking for an extension to do what they've been doing all this time. There needs to be much more to it according to what was passed in this particular act.
Okay, thank you, Russell.
Yeah, sorry, Patty. So that's so I was aware of the AG's opinion on this particular law that, and the Department of Interior has indicated that informally they indicated we needed their concurrence, right? They haven't really.
There was no answer, or there was no action by the local DOI to date.
So until the DOI takes affirmative, action, I think that we rely upon the advice of our counsel and we push the envelope on this one and go ahead with an extension. But
Okay.
that's what I was referring to.
Thank you. Just wanted clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patty.
You're
Other
welcome.
commissioners? Questions? Okay. Oh, Randy?
Sorry, I'm catching up. Katie, did I hear you say the DOI is saying to us there needs to be concurrence between ourselves and them? Is that what I heard?
Concurrence from Congress, right? So when you make amendments to the Hawaiian Host Commission Acts that in some are substantial, they affect the rights of
We can't hear you.
So if once you go through the analysis, the amendment is such that it requires basically the concurrence of DOI and then the approval of Congress before it's effective. So even though it passes at the state level, it's not something that is enacted or enforceable until you get that approval from Congress. That's the same thing that's happening here. DOI or local DOI is of the opinion that the amendment to Chapter 171.36, not the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, but to 171.36 requires their concurrence and the approval of Congress. That's the position that they've taken. And I should be careful because I'm not actually sure where it is in the process, but I don't believe that DOI ever came back with an actual written anything of the nature. They just kind of sat on it.
Okay, so does that mean so is the department in agreement with that analysis or we just don't know?
Can I answer that? The department is not in agreement with DOI's initial analysis. And we are in agreement with the Department of Attorney General's advice and opinion on this one, that it's not required. The consent of Congress is not required in this case because the state law, the land disposition laws were changed and not the Hawaiian Homes Commission.
Okay, in taking that position, in agreeing with the AG, is that, I guess I always think about the federal government saying that federal law supersedes state law. That is that applicable in this case? Can we just roll with what the AG is saying?
At this point, I'm going to advise going into exec session. This is just for informational purposes, but you're starting to go into things that probably shouldn't be discussed in open session.
Well, once again, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Randy.
So, you know, I do want to say, so I like the presentation. I can see the economic impact from your handout, just how expansive that is. You employ 1,500 employees.
Pre-pandemic, we're probably down to about 1,000 now.
Okay. So, you know, I'm looking at all of the economic benefits to the community, but my question is, with internet shopping and the impact it has on retail, what does that mean for you, your projection going forward to stay viable? How does that affect your thought process?
So for our company, we've done a lot of things to change the landscape. So part of that, so before shopping malls, store, right? That used to be it. Now we've done these cross development stuff. So we're putting more community stuff in there, which is part of the thought of adding the green space to put some areas where people can gather and stuff outside as well. And we've also changed just the mix of our leasing. So before it used to just be all retail.
Yeah.
If you find, we do a lot more lifestyle stuff now. So that's why we're talking about a fitness guy coming in. We have the theaters, we have entertainment, we have other venues and other stuff that is going in that are not just retail anymore. And that's just that's just part of what malls have had to do to change their game. They had to evolve. And another part of that, it's surprising when we talk to the online guys and why some of the online guys are going the other way around. They're going to brick and mortar. So our research for Brookfield, what they've done is they've looked at online retailers that have opened up a brick and mortar in one of the areas. It jumps their sales up by 76%, no matter whether they were, online only, or if they had some other brick and mortar, but they add a brick and mortar into an area. Part of that is because people like the idea of I can return it at a store. I don't have to mail something back, I don't have to ship it back. I can buy it online and I can take it back to the store physically. So we're finding we're capitalizing a lot more on that type of retail. So we've changed the game a little bit, where stores have to have more of a omni service, so where they're doing different ways to get to their customers. And we're diversifying a lot of that. And so despite what some people think, we've actually gone the other way around. We're actually up sales wise in dollars per square foot. We're over 2019 pre-pandemic numbers. We're actually above those. So sales wise, people can say what they want, but I hate to say it, they still shop us, and I think it's part of, we create an experience more so than just we're going to the mall to shop. Now we go to the mall for everything. We go to it to do entertainment. We go to it to do community things, and I think that's a big part of why we went back to more events. We're doing a lot more community stuff, more outreach stuff. We were doing this prior to this, but we were already doing stuff based on community, because we find that's who we are, that defines us. And unlike so my company also owns portions of a couple other big malls here that are much more tourist driven. So Brookfield is the main stakeholder in Ala Moana Center and Whalers Village here on Maui. And those are more tourist destinations. Our mall is much more heart and soul. I'd say 90%. And in fact, with the pandemic, I gotta say it's probably 95% local business. In others, we're not counting anything on tourists. We just recently started getting some cruise ships back in, and even that is only like once a week, and that they don't stop at my mall. They're going on day trips. They're going to go check out the volcano, back on the ship, and they're gone. So I don't see the tourism that a lot of other malls do. So we really are a community-based mall. I think, and it's structured a little differently. Obviously we depend on the community, but we're also a great resource for the community. And that's what we try to make sure to build that partnership. But that's the only way we survive, is if the community continues to back us. So as far as your question goes, we've diversified a lot of it. So we're not just stores anymore. We do a lot of entertainment stuff as well and stuff now, and we do services. So in my mall, I also have a social security office. I have an armed forces recruiter station, you know, we do a lot of other things outside of that.
Very good, thank you.
You're welcome.
One more time, any other question? Anyone in the audience wanting to testify in this agenda item? Anyone online wanting to testify? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Stuart, E3.
Aloha, Commissioners. Item E3 is a progress report on the Honoko'ai Water System Improvements Project and draft EA. So at this time, this is for information only. We intend to come back to the commission with the draft EA early in 2023, and it is subject to the archaeological survey. Testing is ongoing right now, and also completion of the cultural impact analysis. But since we are on Maui, we thought it was appropriate to share this information submittal with commission and with the community. E5 is a PowerPoint that does touch upon the location of the water system. And after E3 and E4, then we can dive into the that PowerPoint that is up there.
Any questions for Stuart? Okay, hold on a second. Commission members first, and then come to the audience, and you have a chance to testify. So, all right, here's your chance to testify, and testifying can be a question. Now, we're not going to talk about land dispositions. We're not going to talk about land jurisdictions, right? Because all of this is assuming that we own the land.
Assuming that you own the land.
Correct. You get a judge to tell us otherwise, and then we'll consider it else.
Yes. Assuming that you own the land in 1986, there was a court circuit with Meyer Uyoka and my family, the Paki family. In accordance to that, it says, any and all conflict that is opposed on this property of Lelefor Mo'omukuhui, there will be I have a promissory note. There is public record that the Makikal Paki family owns this land, that it cannot be resolute. So there will be a promissory of 5,000 to 20,000 of any establishment that tries to override what has already been dispositioned. Number two, in 1993, Rushmore and Craven, Tom Lutzenecker, and the Paki family. Mr. Lutzenecker, there is an indemnity provision that proposes the easement document that would become very murky if MLP were the leasee and lessor, let alone you cannot rezone a mo'omukuhui ahupua to a ilimoku.
Ms. Makika, we're
Yes.
talking about the water system improvement in this case.
Yes, I was getting to that, excuse me. Okay. 1996, 100% court judgment against Maui Land and Pine, State of Hawaii. There is nothing about Department of Hawaiian Homelands, sorry. It says grantor.
For the commission's edification.
Yes.
This is a.
For the
piece of-
commission of
This is a,
all,
let me just explain. This is a piece of property that's kuleana, right, in the middle of our property. So,
it's called Lele 3.
so this water development
Lele 3.
Hang on a second, has nothing to do with that piece of land. I just want to make that clear.
Oh, no, you're talking about the top. I'm talking about the little piece of land where I had my mulching business. It's called Lele 3.
We're talking about that. Right now, this item has nothing to do with that piece.
No, the water systems.
Right. So the water systems is separate from the little piece. So I'm gonna ask you to stay on point. That's the challenge.
Okay, so due to the water systems, there is water systems, 3 different types, Alterian, riparian, and diverted R2 sewage plant water that will be placed into the Punawais. There are no environmental studies that says that you can place it onto an ahupua'o where it is an environmental impact that will leach into lo'i of the kuleanas.
You're getting ahead of yourself because you're not even talking about the use of reuse water from the sewage treatment. We're actually talking about bringing water from a water
Water
system-
wells.
water system across the gulch to put it into the Maui system so that we can build homes in Leali'i. So that's what this process is about. Okay. So can you stick to that?
Why can't we use that water also for their farm?
Because we have a whole inventory of homes that we have to build. And that water is going to be accounted for those homes.
My ahupua'a consists of 6 water wells. There are geothermal cleaning systems of
When-
the marine crystal
when-
content water.
When we get to the
No,
development.
I
of
just
Hona
wanted
Hawaiian,
to
okay?
just one brief thing.
Okay, quickly,
Why is plantation estate foreigners, none of them of which are the host people of the Portuguese, the Japanese, the Filipino, the Hawaiians, but they are getting Alterian cleanest water, geothermal energy cleaning water for their farms. But the Hawaiians are going to get R1 treated water, which is non-consumptible for Hawaiians
so we
or
can-
any human.
okay, so we can take a look at that, but
Okay, so through the piping, you are coming across tax map key number 44008, of which I own 100% court judgment. Maui Land and Pine does not consist of the owner of this, and of which this also agrees that they are only leasee, not lessor. So when it comes down to you and utilizing tax map key, Land Commission Award, actually 11216 of 44008, I own that. So
we'll take a look at that if the plans are to run through that.
but
Because
it says it does.
This is a
though.
portion of,
Yes, but so I'm asking you about that.
okay, so we'll have to look at the preliminary drawings to see if it actually indeed does go through the land use commission. The land
Actually, due
commission.
to the fact that Daniel Nales broke down my house, is only giving me the chance to address my meets and bounds. The meets and bounds is incorrect within the tax map key, and the meets and bounds within my 100% court judgment are 100%.
Part of our process is we will have it surveyed and then we will know for sure. Okay,
I'm not trying to claim the whole
okay, that's fine.
Nakalele all the way to Black Rock.
No,
I'm
no,
not.
Then that way you know exactly what is the land use commission award and we know exactly where our, so.
I
we'll
know
be
where
happy
I
to-
stand.
We'll be happy to share with you the results of that survey.
I'm
once
only
it's done.
addressing what you said to me to address.
Yep.
Tax map key 44008.
Right. And we will, I'm making this commitment to you that we will share the results of that survey. So we both know what we're talking about. Okay?
So am I supposed to submit my promissory note that I am being attacked due
Not-
to,
Not yet, because we don't know if we're coming onto your property. It's premature. Okay?
okay, and so where do I submit my information? That is 100%?
Let us do our due diligence.
Okay.
And then we will make sure that you get a copy of the survey. Okay?
Okay.
And so your 3 minutes is just about POW, so we need to move. forward.
I said what I had to say on that one.
Okay, thank you. Stuart? Oh, anyone online? Anyone online? Okay, Stuart, E4.
Thank you, commissioners. E3 is a progress report on the villages of Leali'i Village 1B project and draft environmental assessment. In this case, the draft EA will be covering the highway and Honoapi'ilani Highway and Leali'i Parkway improvements, along with other grading improvements within DHHL's property at the villages of Leali'i. again, we are expecting to bring the full draft EA to the commission in around the end of this year. We're hopefully targeting the November meeting. And the reason I say that is that we are currently working through the county permitting process. And portions of state land are included within the county special management area. And so upon conversing with the AG, lands, DHHL lands within SMA would not need to comply with county SMA permits. However, lands outside of or not owned by DHHL would follow county SMA process and look at review the shoreline setbacks. So we're going through that process right now, and we hope to bring this back to commission at the November meeting.
Question? Okay, anyone wishing to provide testimony on this item? You have to be specific to this item. Honokawai, we're on E4, villages of Leali. E4.
Is it this one here? For information only, progress report, villages, Leali, Honolulu, running improvements, assessment, Waihuli, and TMK 245. Okay. Number 1, you have partitioned an undivided interest into ilimokus into unknown tax map keys at the time that the 100% court judgment was made on all land titles 100-mile radius around this parcel. It is not constitute, meaning there has been a tampered tax map key to allow for different parcels of the POR. Number 2, the right of way. I own the easement. I don't care what Daniel Ornalis or Suzanne K says. I have a document from Rushmore and Craveman and the judge and Tom Lustenecker signing that Maui Land and Pine is asking me for.
That's above Honokawai, above the ditch, right?
No, from the highway up. I own easement A and B. I have it 100% court judgment,
So-
and I have it signed by Rushmore and Craveman.
So this is one where again, the venue would be land court to have this dispute.
No, I won already. I have it
No.
right here.
You have, in our opinion, you haven't won yet. You may have some preliminary judgments against Maui Land and Pine, not us. So that's okay. No need to bring them up. No, not on any. of
Win
these.
in court.
So we're gonna agree if you want to file something against us.
No, I don't want to fight
Okay.
against you, William. I don't want to fight
Okay,
anymore.
okay.
I want the people to have homes. I want them to have water. I refuse to have them rezoned next to the sewage plant or have R1 treated water
Okay, so this
fed
is,
to them.
this is good water that's gonna go across to feed
It is
residential.
non-consumptionable
Okay.
for human beings. We can propagate sandalwood with the R1 water.
This is potable water, so it's good. It's
I
good.
can
We're
give
gonna
you
put
better
people-
water.
We're gonna put people in housing with this water, so, and with
Yes,
this, so.
I can
Aren't you
help
the supportive?
support the resources that I have. I can offer our people better. Give plantation estates the R1 treated water.
So, thank you. How about
This
you provide
says-
provide that information to us as an alternative?
Back to the agenda.
Okay.
I will give you guys
E3.
better.
Oh, 4, sorry.
Maui Land and Pine is asking Mo'omukuhui family, Paki,
No, but
Makekau
that's-
family
that's
for
not- That's
to
not,
grant them the easement right to the easement that we own of A and B.
it's a different easement that he's talking about.
No.
We're talking about, We're talking about easement below
The
that
easement that goes of the water treatment facility all the way up to high-low cabin, all the way from the highway up is my easement.
Okay, we're in dispute on that one.
Maui Land and
Okay.
Pine just told Pomaikai, give her a key.
So that one we're not gonna agree upon.
It says 100% court judgment of easement A and B against state and Maui Land and Pine given to the Maki cows. Finally, the Maki cows will not grant MLP an easement at this time. MLP does not need it at this time. And
We're,
till,
we're talking about an easement on our land.
are you talking about the one constitute to Honokwai Valley or the next one?
The next one.
That's mine.
But we're in dispute on that one, so, okay. You can provide us, I heard what what I heard you say was you have better access to better resources and you'd like to make them available.
Yes.
Okay, so provide
The
us,
only reason I'm here is not to say I own the easement. I let in County Maui use the easement because they give me free water tanks so I can lug water.
so,
I'm letting the watershed boys use my easement because they make sure that the water flows for the people.
Okay.
I'm letting,
so provide us with where that is so that perhaps you can help us move this.
I'm not trying to
sooner.
fight you.
Okay, we don't want to fight.
I just
wanna
know
move
like be
forward.
landlocked.
We'll find
So
that out
I
when you
have to
provide
do
us-
this.
You provide us with the information.
Yes,
But
I understand completely
It's-
how land works. I'm being completely surrounded by people and then my easements are being taken. I will not be landlocked on a
okay,
land.
so
and-
this is public testimony and,
Yes.
you know, we've almost done the 3 minutes. I'm going to ask you to wrap it up on
Okay.
this item.
Okay, so there is also information progress report on Lealani villages for the highway improvements draft assessment Wahikuli. So I have opened up the gate at the highway. There are several rocks there that are not just pohaku rocks. They're very, very sacred rocks. There is one that is shaped of a heart that is in my palapala as a sacred historical procedure. There's also one that is shaped like Maui. And it is right there alongside. There's several. I took pictures of every single one. And they're historical artifacts that should be protected.
Okay, provide us with that information.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Pictures
mean-
would be better.
And I really don't want to take into Bailey House Museum. You know, I'd rather it in a park at Hawaiian Homes so that the Hawaiians can look at them and not, you know, everybody else, you know, honored. Because they broke the heart rock. Just moving and it's cracked. So I'm gonna go take Bondo and I'm gonna repair that rock. But at the highway, this easement I am maintaining. And so I wanted to place, you know, I'm not gonna put Hawaiian flag, I'm not gonna put American flag, I'm gonna put tea leaves, I'm gonna put good plants, and I like to open it up. I don't wanna go through this gate having to go through Leali'i villages or have highway and traffic and all of that. And then all of the people going up to the land to watershed where there's plenty of people, when you make a Hawaiian homestead closer to the watershed, they like go maha'oi. Not a lot of people understand the preservation, the seeds that can track on your feet, the sacredness of Eke Crater.
So one of the best ways to get this into
This easement
the
is
EA,
the
let's-
entry to
first
Heaven's
step is
Gate.
we're trying to get the environmental assessment done, right?
This easement is the entry to Heaven's Gate. It has to
So
be
when-
protected.
When we get to the draft environmental assessment, we'll make sure that somebody contacts you so that you can provide the information on the pohaku and all of the other concerns that you have about cultural sites.
And I'd like to be the one to maintain that gate. I would like to put kalo, sweet potato, maybe one sandalwood, you know, an iliahi tree, if can. You know,
Okay.
I'm even willing to do all of your guys' landscaping, but you know, if I was to do the lo'i that Lani Tihara and Chad allowed me to do inside Honokwai Valley, if the R1 treated water, there is a federal protection for kalo.
Okay, you're going back to something.
Sewage should never be flown on Haloa.
Swakika, you're going back to something that's premature at this time to
But
discuss.
that's
right?
all I had to say, sir.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else wishing to testify online? No? Thank you. Stuart, E5 or F, yeah, E5.
E5 is the PowerPoint presentation. So next slide, please. Thank you, Cedric. So this will also be shared with the community this evening. Our focus is on West Maui. Next slide, please. This is the overall area where we have our Honokowai lands to the left and Leali'i to the right. And so the next series of slides will focus on the particular area and the development. Okay. So Honokowai Master Plan, the final EA was approved. And so LDD's mission is to develop Honokowai Ag Lots Phase 1 up to 50 lots between 1 and 2 acres. And it's in that upper lime green area. The next slide will show roughly where that is. So it's that blue area in the oval yellow. That's the location of that. So we are in the process of hiring an engineering consultant firm to start the design work on those lots. Next. Okay, so again, the yellow oval highlights the location of the DHHL water system, the new well on the south side of Honokowai Valley, traversing through Honokowai Gulch, and currently we have our archaeologists doing testing within the route of that transmission line. And so when that testing is completed, then it will be incorporated into the draft EA. It will go south of the reservoir there and tie into the county's 500,000 gallon mixing tank. And so DHHL is collaborating with the county. The county is going to be building that tank, and we have a pro rata share that will be working with the county on. Next slide. So this is our Leali'i Parkway and Hono'api'ilani draft EA area in the yellow oval again. So we are also looking at, in order to get the water successfully over from Honokowai and also not impact Lahaina town, we have to do a series of tests at the current booster pump station that's within the Lahaina Civic Center area. We're also going to be constructing a new 500,000 gallon tank sufficiently higher above villages of Leali'i in order to have enough pressure to supply water to the villages. The next slide will show some detail of what we plan. So within Village 1B, we have approximately 50 acres, and we're separating it into 2 increments. You can kind of see like a dirt cane haul road that's sort of diagonally going through that parcel. So that road is at roughly 130-foot elevation. And so the current system, water system that's run by the county can service anything, any homes below the 130-foot elevation. In order to construct houses above that, then you would need to build a new water storage tank to get adequate pressure. So that is exactly what we're doing right now. Currently, we have funding in the amount of $9 million from the legislature to do the Parkway and the Hono'api'ilani Highway improvements. And I wanted to point out that that yellow shaded area is where the SMA line is goes through our parcel. So we're working with the county on those SMA type requirements. So Village 1B, we have option to do additional 95 single-family residences or up to about 164 multifamily units. So we're continuing to have dialogue with the community on that. Okay, so next slide. And we just wanted to point out to you that, and then I believe we brought this to the commission for information that Hawaii Housing Finance Development Corporation has offered to DHHL approximately 400 acres below the Lahaina bypass. And so staff is going through the various conditions and you know, that's something that we are reviewing right now. And that is it.
Okay, we're giving Ms. Makika, we're giving you respect, so we expect to respect that. So you have to keep your comments to yourself.
Okay, this is another slide just showing the proposed acquisition of 400 acres just above and to the south of the villages of Leali. So HHFDC had a master plan, but if and when we acquire it, then we would go through a new master planning effort.
So then what's attractive about this is it's contiguous with the ones that we're developing. And it would likely be future development.
Why would we have to do our own master planning?
This area was covered under HHFDC's master plan. And I think
The type of
it would-
product that they were,
it's a product that they already have. They have a EIS.
but it's not suitable for us.
I think our planning staff have better ideas and you know, I just think that we need to take a look at it and give it our own look at the 400 acres. Part of HHFDC's master plan included areas above the 400 acres in DLNR land. And so there was some connectivity issues with that. We also have to take a look at the current situation with the Lahaina bypass and where access would be and how that would affect villages of Leali.
Stuart, so with this 400 acres and the development of our water source for Leali'i Honokowai, would that be enough to supply water to this new location as well?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
We would have to work on other water sources.
Okay.
The property does come with several wells that HHFDC dug, but initially at that time it was deemed not to be sufficient in terms of quantity as well as you know, the chloride levels were slightly elevated. So we would take a look at that and see what kind of technologies might be available to look at that. This is a very water short area.
Okay.
So I'm expecting to have a lot of dialogue with the planning office and with our consultants on that.
Okay, thank you.
Other question? Anybody? Are you done? Let's see the faces of the commissioners. Any other questions? Those that are online? Okay, gotta stay on point, all right?
I don't understand why, okay, so we all understand living next to a highway is horrible. The sound, the emissions of CO2 gas. Why is the Hawaiian Homestead in Kahikinui no water? Over here, flood zone. Over here, breaking the flood zone. Over here, right next to the dump. Over here, right next to the sewage plant. Why are our people being so suppressed?
So most of that property is Malka of the road, so they'll be away from the noise.
But because of the transmission of the solar and its area, it is the hottest area of temperature degree in the west side Maui.
You have to look for lands that are available so that we can provide housing.
Told you, I have more land than anybody on earth in Hawaii. I give it to our people. The private wells, that is my water. That should be for our people.
So you know what, when I asked you outside for an inventory of what you own, I haven't seen it yet, so write it to us.
Like I said, I'm scared.
Okay, well,
So if you guys can help me help our people, please. Our people are being rezoned to, they're giving nothing.
we are doing our best to provide lands for our people, okay? But thank you for sharing. Anyone online? Okay, Stuart. Okay, mahalo.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Stuart.
Can you, Andrew, can you wait for 1 second? I'm gonna take, get D1 done.
Are we taking the status report, Chairman?
Commissioners, agenda item D1 is a status report. Are there any questions relative to the status report? It's a monthly reports that HSD does every month. Okay.
I do wanna give you a heads up, commissioners. I know you've requested for workshops on application as well as successors or successorship. We are planning to provide a workshop for you on applications at your next commission meeting in October.
Thank you. One, thank you. Stay there, and I'm gonna ask Andrew's indulgence because there's agenda item D8, but we'll have to go into exec session to consider D8. So commissioners, may I have a motion to go into executive session?
So
Been moved and seconded. Any questions?
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor of going into executive session, say aye. Aye.
I'm
Anyone
sorry, for what
opposed?
topic?
2, a grants update for information only. With me today, I have Gigi Kairao, the department's grant specialist, to give the update.
Hello, Gigi.
Aloha Chair, aloha Commissioners. Good afternoon. Gigi Kyrell with the Planning Office. Item G2, Grant Status Report Update. The last update we did was back in June. So this is just a quarterly update, which we do try to do every quarter for you folks. So not a lot of change since the last quarter. We're still administering over 40 grants. There's at least 25 associations that have grants with us that we monitor. And our biggest activity this quarter was to issue the new grants RFPs given the new state funds that we allocated for the grants program. So one of the things that we always do in our grants program is when we have a new grant cycle, all grantees must be in compliance with their grant, as well as with Hawaii Compliance Express, in order to be eligible for the new grants. And so unfortunately this year, we actually have four grantees who were not in compliance. They were notified on July 5 before the RFPs were issued that they would not be eligible. These four are listed in the report. There's 2 from Molokai, Ahunui Homestead Association. We're still waiting on their reports. The Ahupua o Molokai, they have several grants with us and they have missing reports. However, in their case, they did submit their reports in August, but we're still reviewing them. So even though the reports are submitted, there's still the process of we have to review them and approve them. And that'll complete the report. There is one on Maui. It has a fiscal sponsor, Kaehu. They are sponsoring Waiahu Ko Phase 3 Association. And I do have an update on them. They did meet the deadline. We set a new deadline of September 15th. So they submitted the report. We are waiting on one more item from them. And same thing, we still have to review and approve their reports. And then the last one is on Big Island, East Side, Kaumana, Hawaiian Homes Association. Their project, I believe, has actually ended. So we've been trying to get their final reports and close out their grant. So these four did not meet the original deadline of July. And so they were notified on July 5 that they would not be eligible for the new grant cycle for this year. We do have a couple of associations out of compliance in Hawaii Compliance Express. Ahahui Aina Ho'opulapula o Waihuli. They're on again and off again, so it's been difficult trying to pin them down. Ahunui on Molokai is also, their Hawaii Compliance Express is out of compliance. And Kaehu, they showed up as not compliance. So not only did they owe us reports, they're also out of compliance with the state. And then Kaumana Association on Hawaii Island. We did start our technical assistance. We have a vendor on board, Hawaii Alliance for Nonprofit Organizations, or HANO. What they're doing is helping me to review and approve reports. They're doing the first pass at reports, and their job is to help the grantee get it to completeness. So by the time it gets to my desk, it should be a smooth review and approval. So that'll help streamline. As I mentioned, we have over 40 active grants, and that's a full-time job right by itself. So having the HANO vendor on board And that'll give some assistance to the grantees to complete their reports on time. As far as the new RFPs, we did issue 4 new RFPs totaling $8.5 million. We are on schedule, and actually we're a little ahead of schedule. We did hold orientation sessions, informational sessions for anyone interested in applying. Those were held in early August. And then there was a timeline for when questions were to be submitted. And we've now since responded to the questions. We've also posted the addendum to the RFPs. We are targeting the November commission meeting to bring forth the committee recommendations for grant awards. So that'll be for your decision-making in November. And then we'll start the contracting process in December and January. That's about it.
Okay, questions for Gigi? Go ahead, Patty.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Gigi. Thank you so much. I know you're working hard. It's good to hear that you have Hano to helping you assist with some of these grants. My question to you is that the non-compliance HHC grant, compliance nonprofits, the HHC compliance vendor is so important because they'll show you if they have a tax clearance or they're clear with usually with the IRS. And correct? And so that's where nonprofits struggle when they don't file their 990s and be in compliance with their tax clearance. And that's always the case with nonprofits getting the HHC compliance. My question to you, when you look at the delinquent, when you work with these nonprofits organizations and they show delinquency or lack of reports, do you have like a timeline when it has to come to your office, your desk on the final reports of the grant submittal?
Yes, because these are state contracts, part of the process is we issue what's called a notice to proceed. So when the contract is first executed, all parties sign, an NTP is issued, and is very detailed in the NTP on the report due dates. If they have any needs, such as they need to time extend or amend the scope. So all of those details are spelled out in the NTP. And so, yeah, we try to do reminders as we can, but it is in the NTP, and particularly the quarterly reports are actually stated in the contract itself. So it is a contract deliverable. And so I do try to bring that, to everyone, every grantee's attention, that if they don't file their reports, they actually are in breach of the contract. Yeah.
So when you say that they're breach of a contract, are they not again allowed to apply for these grants through DHHL? Okay.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah, we always go back and double check every grantee before we do a new grant cycle. And then they are notified if they are out of compliance for whatever reason, and we give them a deadline. This year, the deadline was July 31, and there were those 4 organizations who did not make it. So I think that's the most we've ever had. We've never had that many. Well, most grantees are pretty good. I'd say, 90, 95%, not a problem. We know what's going on with their project. They're in communication with us. But this year we just seem to have a little trouble with a couple of them.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work, Gigi. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Patty. Any other questions for Gigi? Okay, thank you very much, Gigi.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Here with us.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Gigi. Hello. Okay, G3.
Kulama Wana'i to the Hawaiian Homes Commission regarding its public activities, programs, and developments. We have 2 people here today. One is Nancy McPherson, who is the Kauai Island liaison, but also the Wana'i liaison, and Kekipua Dancel from Hula Pu'amalanai. I'm going to pass it to Nancy, who will kind of give an overview for the context of why we have these updates with Pu'amalanai.
Aloha kako commissioners.
Aloha.
Good to see you. It looks like you're in a beautiful venue there. Okay, to be brief, in September 2021, we entered into an MOU with Pu'amalanai regarding the future of homesteading on Lanai, because they had initiated a district boundary amendment request for the Hoku'au development, which is going to be 51% affordable homes. We realized that we needed to coordinate with them and make sure that there was going to be adequate water supply and wastewater capacity. So that, because you can see behind me, there's still 35 acres that needs to be developed for homesteads on Lanai. We do have a PowerPoint, and can you guys pull that up for me? Cedric? Do you have it? If not, I can just.
They're bringing it up.
Okay. Yeah, we do have 50 acres currently. We have 44 lessees. So you can, when you get the chance, go to the next slide. And we have 74 applicants on the waiting list. So phase one was for 45 lots. And so this MOU stipulated in part that there be an annual written report to the Hawaiian Homes Commission, and a senior vice president of Pu'amalanai, Keikipua Dancel, is here, and we'll get to her report. That's Exhibit A of the submittal. So this is a different, slightly different graphic from what's in your submittal. It is the graphic that from the regional plan that shows there was coordination at the time that the regional plan was done. We don't have an island plan for Lanai because it's less than 100 acres, but you can see there that there was going to be expansion to the DOE, high school and middle school there. There was going to be affordable housing on the county side, which is in the upper left, and then the build out of DHHL property on the upper right. And so the idea was that we would be coordinating with all of these different agencies to make sure that there's adequate infrastructure, and there's definitely still potential to do that. So can you go to the next slide? So the next slide shows the proposed affordable housing project that's going to be going in just south, just south of the DHHL lands. And so actually Keikipua has a few slides that she's willing to share to show you some of the locations where the projects are happening, as she's available to answer any questions for the annual report. And then, or she can walk through it for you, commissioners, if you'd like. And then maybe we can switch back to a couple of slides. So Cedric, can you folks let her share her screen possibly? And I'll introduce Keikipua.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. May I have permission to share my screen?
Yes.
Aloha, Commissioners. Can you see my screen? Thumbs up if it's on the screen.
Yes.
Mahalo. Mahalo for the opportunity for you that you've allowed me today to share update. As Nancy said, this MOU came about last year during our district boundary amendment for the Hoku'au project, which she briefly talked to you about. In the memo that I provided, there's a written report. I'm going to go through the chart, and each of these different slides will talk about each of the different projects that we've gone through a public process over the last 12 months. So here on the screen, you see Hokuau, which is our 150 homes, 2-bedroom, 2-bath homes. You see it down here. And as Nancy mentioned, here is the undeveloped future DHHL residential expansion, and then the county's 115-acre affordable housing, which was deeded over for the development of affordable housing 30 years ago. Nothing's since come about on that one, but hopefully the community been rallying and pushing to move that forward, because we do have a housing issue on Lanai. These homes here will be 51% affordable, serving 80 to 140% AMI, and these are going to be rentals into perpetuity. So they will always be available as 80 to 140% AMI on the island of Lanai, and that's very important to us, so that there will always be homes available regardless of ownership of the project. The next application that we went through was a special use permit. And this is down in the Mickey Basin area. So if you're familiar with Lanai, it's right next to the Hiko power plant, which is right here. This special use permit was to allow us the opportunity to move our concrete crushing operations into this area here, which is in blue. We are currently, and I'll get to this project later, the area outlined in yellow is for 200 acres, which does include this blue area here. And we're before the Land Use Commission in 2 months on this project. This was outlined in the community plan. So what we're doing is really executing what the community plan had asked for years ago, back in 2016. The next one on the list, we went through a CUP application at the county, and this was for 2 farm labor dwellings, and this is to provide housing for employees that work at Sensei Farms, which is our hydroponic facility on Lanai. It's 120,000 square foot of hydroponics on island. They provide leafy greens and tomatoes to all islands. There is an error that I'd like to correct. In the written report, it says that this special use permit is expiring in 2022. It is actually supposed to be 2032, 10 years from when we received permission to move forward. The next project is 3 applications. It's around the Ko'ole Project District. It's a community plan amendment, a change in zoning, and a phase 1 project district amendment. And what I want to show you here is that it's significant downzoning. What I mean by that is, if you just look at the colors on your screen, the G here, which is purple, is golf course, and it used to be the former Ko'ole experience at Ko'ole, and we stopped operations and we're turning that into park. So the only remaining golf course up at Ko'ole is going to be the Cavendish Golf Course, which is available to residents of Lanai only. Overall, the acreage is decreasing. Another significant decrease is yellow. Yellow was single family residential units. And back when this was first conceived and put forth and approved, this was for resort homes or for second homes that would supplement the resorts there. We're basically taking out significant amount of that and either removing it from the project district altogether or turning it into park. So this is primarily a downzoning of the Ko'ole Project District. I alluded to this one earlier when I talked about the concrete crushing operation where we received the special use permit for the 14.5 acres. This is the district boundary amendment for the 200 acres. In the community plan, it is already heavy and light industrial. In the state land use district, it is ag, and we're turning it into, we're requesting to have it turned to urban. Most of the land will be for renewable energy development, which you see here in area A. Area B is a relocation of our asphalt plant. Area C, we already have a special use permit for our concrete crushing and stockpiling. And then we're asking for 26 these lands here, Malka of the road, for future light industrial purposes. So already 87% is already accounted for. Well 7, which is on your table as well. I don't have a slide for that, but that is basically in the process of being constructed, and that is to provide additional capacity and resilience to our water company's distribution grid for Lanai City. Next, we have the Kuihivia Kai, which is our watershed conservation project. This is a huge undertaking, and in your written materials, there's some a couple of pages that specifically talk about the various different grants that we have awarded. This is a partnership with NIFWIF. We're excited about this. This launched in 2019. We've gone through 2 rounds of grantees, and Paloma has invested approximately 1.4 million to date on this project. I'm going to stop sharing. The other things we want to talk about is our educational programs. We continue to fund various different efforts on island around education, the college and career counseling at Lanai High and Elementary School, the dual credit program at LAGS, in which we pay for if any of the students want to take credits through UH Maui College or UH Manoa. We also have sponsor a cohort from the JABSOM, John A. School Burn and Medicine, second year that's studying rural health. They come over to Lanai for 6 weeks, and we host them there and pay for that program. And then we also supported Hawaii Kids Clan, which provided wraparound services, tutoring, and ohana pods during the pandemic. Around healthcare programs, last year we had a significant donation to Lanai Community Hospital. $1.7 million covered the expenses for the acquisition, construction, installation of a CT scanner, which is a great additional new diagnostic tool, which will allow our residents to stay on island to be serviced. And that wraps up our update for all the various different public activities, developments, and programs on Lanai. I can answer any questions. Mahalo.
Questions, anyone? Commissioners? Nope, no questions. Thank you. Very informative. Nancy?
We'll stay on Keiki Pua just in case. And Cedric, if you could put back up the slides, back up on slide 6. So we at DHHL and the planning office, we've been working for many, many years on a subdivision to exercise a condition of a district boundary amendment that was done many, many years ago in the 90s for the Manele golf course. And so we're working on that. We're hoping to get those 2, a 10-acre parcel of commercial near Lanai City and a 15-acre parcel for industrial use near the airport, subdivided out. And Paloma Lanai has been very helpful in that process. So we're hoping that that can be completed by the end of the year. And can you go to the next slide, please? So these are our next steps for Lanai. We want to finalize the subdivision, the 2 subdivisions, and we're hoping to get that done by the end of the year. We'd really like to hold a Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting and conduct a site visit on Lanai. The commission hasn't gone to Lanai since August of 2014. So hopefully we could work with Paloma Lanai to coordinate something in the next year or 2. And then another next step, now that phase 1 is complete for the residential homesteads, that we look into scheduling an update to the Lanai regional plan, particularly if we're going to be getting new lands into the inventory. And that's all I have.
Questions for Nancy? Commissioner? Randy?
So Nancy, just a comment. I think I heard you say conduct a site visit. Did I hear you say that?
Yes.
You know, I think that would be a really good idea, given what's being proposed. It would be very helpful to be on site and to be a part of a very focused discussion on what's being developed and how it would impact or benefit DHHL. So I fully support a site visit at some future date. Thank you.
Mahalo, Commissioner.
Other commissioners? Not seeing anything. Thank you, Nancy. Andrew?
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Kekepua. Okay, commissioners, last item for us today, well, for planning office. For information only, Maui water issues and projects, Jonathan will be giving the presentation.
Well, my Kako commissioners, am I going to run the deck from here or?
You can run it.
Okay. Mahalo. It's a pleasure to be with you again, commissioners. Normally, as you know, we try to do updates on a regional and annual basis. It's one of the main goals of the water policy plan, which you adopted in 2014, to try and make sure that beneficiaries are aware of key water decisions by the Hawaiian Homes Commission, both before they're made and after, reporting back on how they go. Often we cover a whole range of water issues for a particular island, but we've had excellent updates from Stuart Matsunaga on progress on Honokawai, as well as progress on getting water to the project in Waikapu. What I'd like to primarily focus your attention on, and is the major portion of the submittal, is we're finally making progress on securing a water reservation for water emanating from East Maui for our lands at Keokea and Waiahuli, as well as Pulehunui. I will also briefly talk about the West Maui designation, which has occurred since we were last on the island of Maui. You know this map of DHHL's lands, Hawaiian Homes Commission lands on Maui. Just briefly, though, I know that we often talk about this. What is a water reservation? Water reservation by the Commission on Water Resources Management, or CWRM, is basically they're coupling that water for DHHL's future use from any other entity. They're supposed to protect it in various ways from other entities to try and come in and have that water available for their use. But it's a very critical and important thing that we do, but it, of course, is not also immediately wet water. To turn our reservations into wet water, we still need to obtain capital improvement project funds, develop source, storage, and transmission facilities, depending on whether they're surface or groundwater sources. We need to go through detailed engineering design, 343 processes, and then depending on who operates it, reach agreements with the county, Department of Water Supply, or other water purveyors, or develop the own infrastructure and operations ourselves. This table is the existing water reservations that we've managed to secure since passage of the water policy plan on the island of Maui. These are all for groundwater. The Kamaole aquifer, which is the second row, is the aquifer that underlies both our lands at Keokea and Waiahuli, as well as our lands at Pulehunui. It's a very large aquifer, but it's also very thin, and in relationship to our lands at Keokea and Waiahuli, also very, like it's a couple thousand feet plus to reach that aquifer. So it's one of the reasons why this additional reservation of surface water that we're seeking is critical if we're ever going to successfully utilize these lands that were part of the original allocation of lands in the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. So we initially brought this to the commission many years ago, and then we subsequently refined the request. We went through beneficiary consultation. We presented a beneficiary consultation report to the commission. You accepted it. We subsequently submitted a water reservation to the Water Commission back in December of 2020 for 11.17 million gallons a day, or 11,117,500 gallons per day for current and foreseeable needs of Pulehunui and Keokea and Waiahuli. And we've been waiting for the Water Commission to take action on our reservation request. This is by far, by the size, as well as frankly, the controversy that has existed for decades around East Maui irrigation, the most significant water reservation request the department has ever made. To break it down for you, just for your recollection, if you hadn't looked at this for a while, our reservation request is largely based on the need for additional water for non-potable uses on our general agricultural land use designations in Keokea and Waiahuli, using an average duty or an average demand of water of 2,500 acres per day. We chose that number because that's the same number that the Water Commission used when it made its legal decision in 2018 over how much water should remain in East Maui streams and how much water might be available for uses in Central Maui. So that was one part of the reservation. And then we also, based on the Pulehunui Regional Infrastructure Master Plan and other information, requested an additional 100, or basically 1 million gallons a day at Pulehunui. So after long delays, tomorrow, the Water Commission will be meeting, and their third agenda item is a briefing on our issue. We expect them to then, after this briefing, at their October meeting, take up formal consideration of both there had not amended in-stream flow standards or how much water should be in a stream for the Huelo streams, and they're also going to take up our reservation request. I noted two things in the submittal for you that I worked on, Andrew, with that of the long and complex presentation that the Water Commission gave so far on this matter. One thing just to keep in mind is that by their own calculations, using more recent stream and rainfall data, there is just less water than even a few years ago they thought was available for off-stream uses. So in 2018, the Water Commission, using the best available data at that time, assumed there was about 103 million gallons a day of water available coming off the East Maui irrigation system after satisfying all the protected stream needs that they had set in East Maui. Looking at more recent data, what they presented last month is they now think there's only about 58 million gallons per day. Not quite half, a little more than half, but a very significant reduction. And this is, of course, for those of us who live on Maui or who are anywhere in the state, our state's just getting much drier, and it's a statistically significant trend for the last 70 years that's been accelerating. So it just appears that there's a lot less water available. That was the first major point I wanted to bring up for you. The second is that the Water Commission, using their own system that they have, a computer system for estimating how much water crops would need on agricultural land, has a slightly different calculation than we use in evaluating our assessment. They're suggesting, rather than the 9.85 million gallons a day that we asked for Keokea and Waiahuli, that they believe we only need close to 7.87 million gallons a day. They actually believe we underestimated our uses for Pulehunui. We estimated a total demand of about 1.3 million gallons. They think we deserve or might need over twice that. We have not seen the submittal, so we don't know officially what they're going to recommend to the commission. The staff will recommend to the Water Commission that we guessed. I'll be presenting this again in the evening, so this is just information for people who may want to participate and testify tomorrow. You, of course, will be in your meeting, but you can send written testimony to the Water Commission. You can testify in person on Oahu at the Kaunimoku building, or by going to the Water Commission's website. You can find out information on how to access the Zoom portion of the Water Commission meeting. Very briefly, the last things that I wanted to update you on is that partially in response to DHHL and widespread support from the Hawaiian community in West Maui, Lahaina surface and ground. Most of West Maui was designated as the ground and surface water management area. The Water Commission took a vote in June 14th of this year. And on July 29th, they published a notice in the Maui News, which is the official start of a one-year clock. In 1 year's time, they people who are existing users who have existing diversions or existing wells will have 1 year to apply for an existing water use permit. The most significant facet of this for DHHL is that all the permits that are issued in a water management area are conditioned upon the rights of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. That's the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, mahalo, Jonathan. Commissioners, questions for Jonathan regarding water use?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Randy.
So Jonathan, mahalo for your presentation. I will admit, at the end of the day, I have trouble grasping everything that you're laying down for us. But it's really important. This is an important issue for Maui. So I would like to revisit this with you at another time. Because the water source that you're speaking of that will supply areas like Keokea, that's coming from the EMI system, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So yeah, anyway, that is my request. I'd like to revisit this with you at another time when I can have a more focused discussion and take notes. Thank you.
At your pleasure, Commissioner.
Thank you. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you, Randy. Other commissioners? And I'm sure if you have a burning desire to dig down a little bit deeper, Jonathan wouldn't mind having that conversation. Anyone? Okay.
Yeah.
This is a very important and significant step. We're hopeful that the Water Commission will grant the full reservation that we requested, and I will be appearing on behalf of Chair Isla tomorrow at the Water Commission with that request.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. One more
Thank
time. Any other questions for Jonathan? Okay, if not, thank you, Jonathan, and thank you, Andrew.
Mahalo nui. Aloha.
Aloha. So I will make the recommendation that we defer agenda item D8 to tomorrow. This will give us time to prepare and get over to, what is the location of tonight's? The Lahaina Civic Center. Yes. 5:30 for dinner for commission members, and I'm sure they're going to feed staff. So we have a little bit of time. It is now 4:55. We prepare and get over there and get ready. So meeting is recessed until tomorrow morning at 9:30. Back here.